If this is your first time or your usual time with us, then welcome to XboxEra. We provide a platform for the Xbox community from our forums and Discord, our main site with the latest news and reviews, and our podcasts like the XboxEra podcast and You Had Me at Halo. We exist, our focus on the Xbox platform front and center, because so many media publications out there don't. We love this community and believe Xbox really can be the very best place to play. If you love what we do, help us. You can join as a YouTube member, or even better, subscribe to us on Patreon. You help us grow and get plenty of perks to enjoy as a token of our appreciation. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. And as always, thanks for sticking around. This podcast is brought to you by Patreon executive producer Torn Raptor. Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 167 of the XboxEra podcast, the Xbox-centric publication funded by you guys and the rest of the community. If this is your first time or usual time with us, welcome. If you love what we do, head to patreon.com/XboxEra where you can support us, or you can become a YouTube member like many of the chat are right now. I'm Sika Mechanico, and I'm joined as usual by Special Nick.
What's going on?
All sorts of crazy stuff. But the man of the week, we have to give a polite round of applause to for literally no lifing and streaming 8.5 hours of court case for the last 3 days is Jesse. Welcome, my man. How you doing?
I'm good. I don't have that much of a voice left, but I have gotten I still got a couple of reviews done after that, so it's been fun.
I know. I still like a SpongeBob SquarePants Power Wash DLC review.
Good.
Go to sleep, Jesse.
I did. I got a lot. I actually got a lot of sleep today. But
good.
Yeah, so it was, God, we'll go over each day individually, but it was 8.5 hours, and then the last day had a 3-hour break, which made it 10.5 hours. So
that's nuts. And yeah, we'll get into it, chat. Don't worry. Welcome, chat.
Yeah.
It's going to be a more quiet, at least certainly for the first half of the show this week, because everybody else is on right now. So I think you've got Game On Daily doing their show. We've got our Jesse and I's good friends, Rand and Jez, doing the Xbox 2 right now.
Nick's favorites.
Nick's favorites.
I got messages from people saying, is everything okay between them? Nick seems really upset.
I think it's really serious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one can read the sarcasm in your voice. Like, I don't know. It cracks me up, Nick. Like seeing people get like, why is he so angry at them all the time?
I'm very good at selling it.
Yeah, you do. You sell it well.
There's an element of reality.
There's some light annoyance that they keep pointing out how little you care about Xbox.
There is an element of reality to it.
All the best things have a hint of realism to them. Just a hint.
Just a smidge. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, we're here. As always, this week, before we get into the news of the week, I have to ask because, apparently, according to popular myth, this is a video game podcast where we apparently talk about video games. You guys been playing anything this week? Jesse, what about you? Let's start with you. What have you been playing?
I have, and this is one I can hit up with Nick that we both have been way into, and it is AEW Fight Forever. If you are a fan of the older Nintendo 64 era Aki games, like that was the main dev behind them, WCW NWO Revenge and WWE No Mercy. This is a brilliant...
And WrestleMania.
Yeah, WrestleMania. Like, this is a brilliant bringing these types of games forward. They're not exactly the same. This is a lot faster. Like, if you go back to those old ones, they're super deliberate and they ran like shit. Like, this is actually fast and it's 60 FPS. It's not the prettiest game. It doesn't have the most robust options, but the animations I think are actually quite good. They blend and the matches feel good, and it's a very fun fighting game that is about wrestling. And that's where I think it's a lot better. And I gave WWE 2K23 a good review this year because everything around the match is so good. Then the matches are okay. But they try to treat wrestling like it's an actual combat sport like UFC instead of instead of taking the unbelievably athletic scripted sporting exhibition that wrestling actually is, where people get really hurt because they're doing crazy shit, but it's planned. Everyone knows that, and trying to have a game where it's not planned, you need to make it a video game, and this is a video gamed ass wrestling game like those old Aki titles used to be. It approximates wrestling well enough while still being really satisfying to play. It's a great,
very dumb.
Yeah, it is a great canvas for them to keep building on, and I think within a few years it will be reviewed like shit because I think everyone's just used to the incredible production values. Oddly enough, I gave this an 8.3 and it's at like 6.5 on OpenCritic. Not getting the same type of shit I did for Redfall, but whatever.
I think
I would have settled on an 8. I would have settled on about an 8.
I had played, when I looked at that score when I gave it, you had played 40 minutes and I had played 15 hours, so I'm going with my score.
To be fair, I read a lot of the YouTube comments. They were very much talking about the nostalgia and how you guys nailed why you both loved it so much. It tickled the nostalgia correctly.
So yes,
it references it.
I was a huge fan of those Nintendo 64 wrestling games, and I have yearned for something to come back and be exactly like them. So the last wrestling game we got that played, because those Aki wrestling games, they were published by Ukes, but they were developed by Aki. Those wrestling games had a very specific wrestling system in the way they worked. So you got your grapple, and you got strong grapple if you hold down the grapple button. Then you've got your left, right, up, down in combination with all the other buttons, and they all do something very, very different. Those developers then went on, I think some of those devs then went on to work on Def Jam Vendetta, because Def Jam Vendetta was the spiritual successor to those wrestling games. Then there was Def Jam
Fight for New
York, which wasn't exactly the same, but close. And then that other Def Jam Icon was something else entirely. But then as I was keeping an eye on this game, and I kept hearing that they were trying to make it like those 64 games, I'm like, oh my God, please get this right. Please get this right. And they did. So if the part you care about is how it feels, then never fear. It is exactly like those 64 games. With you flick the right stick to get yourself hyped up, and you get your hype meter up, and eventually build it up to your signature move. They've just taken the 64 games and adapted it to a twin stick controller as opposed to the stupid 64 controller. But it plays exactly the same, but obviously faster. The matches, everyone, all my friends and everyone that I knew played those games. The one thing they all complained about was how long some matches took. Some matches used to drag on for a long time. Like, you'd beat the living crap out of someone for a good 5-10 minutes, and they'd still get out of your pin attempts. So I feel like maybe they've overcorrected here.
Well, they had that system. You could always hit the center stick. You could always hit that and always get out of a pin. It was pretty broken, so you had to have the gentleman's agreement that you would just hit buttons and not the C stick, or it wasn't called C stick back then. But yeah, they the whole thing is there is a hidden health meter. But you see at the bottom, you see your momentum meter. Yeah. And that momentum meter can build up real fast. You get your signature, you do a taunt, you do your finisher, and you can just take someone right out if they don't counter correctly.
Yep.
On harder difficulties, I'm waiting for a lot of counters on hard mode and makes it harder to kill them so fast.
Yeah. The other thing I'm waiting for, I tried to build Goldberg myself. God, the character creator takes a long time because there's weak grapple left, weak grapple right, weak grapple up, weak grapple down, weak strike, hard strike. There's just so much.
You need to they want you to use their template system, so that you can just get a template going for different types of wrestlers, and then
Yeah, but Goldberg's not in AEW.
I know
So
you got to find someone close.
Building Goldberg was hard. So I've done my best to build Goldberg, but I'm hoping that people start to post their formulas online, and someone just does a much better job of Goldberg than mine. But I've done my best. I've done my best to get the right ring entrance, the right ring intro, the right height things, the taunts. I've done my best. I've tried to find the closest move. There's no jackhammer in any of the moves, so I tried to find the closest thing to a jackhammer, but there is a spear. I found the spear. Goldberg's, yes, Soxy. Goldberg's attire, very easy. I got Goldberg's attire 100%. But yes, hopefully someone gets a really good Goldberg going and I can copy him. But yeah, this is, I'll say again, for those of you who have been waiting for the successor to those 64 wrestling games, this is it. They 100% nailed it. It's so good. So
I'll take your word for it. I was never into wrestling, have no interest in wrestling.
Even if you don't care about wrestling, it's a very fun fighting game. But also,
it looks fun enough.
I can turn you down. You're very loud.
Well, I'm loud.
Yeah, I don't know where you weren't before. I think you hadn't talked in a while, so it automatically upped your gain a bit, and I was almost deafened.
Wow, I apologize.
We did have a super chat.
I was overtly loud. I've not been playing AEW Fight Forever like you guys have. I've been playing several things. I've been playing Gramble, the Mountain King, which is weird, but I don't hate it. I've only played about an hour and a half so far, but it's cute enough. It's eerie and a bit strange. Very Nordic. I actually work with a guy called Ulla. He's from Germany, so maybe it's a name thing. But it's an interesting game so far. And I also started playing, and it's on Game Pass. I also started playing thanks to your review, Jesse. I really felt like, playing with fists.
You wanted to get fisted by a rabbit.
Yeah, I did. So
you wanted to fist.
Yeah. So I jumped on.
I might have to give that game a go.
Do you know what? It's weird because it's like a furry's wet dream. It's very like everyone's a fucking rabbit.
They are furtisans.
They're
Sonic the Hedgehog. Everyone's an animal too, but
but he kisses a human lady in that.
Yeah,
in the 2006 one.
But it's very gritty. It's trying to be very gritty, and it's like very seriously. Like your main character's voice is like this detective noir.
The voice acting is surprisingly good for being a Chinese, a very small Chinese dev. The company they hired to do their translation, both the writing and the actual voice acting, it's not bad.
And it's quite pretty. And it doesn't take too long to get started with, I need this ability, and okay, I've got to go here. And yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by it. So I think I'll probably spend some more time.
It's not super long either. If you get pretty good at it, it's no more than 5 to 10 hours, depending on how much side stuff you want to do.
Oh, really? That sounds up my alley.
That's what I was saying. It's also it's really pretty.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with it graphically, and performance ain't too bad on console.
I didn't review it on Xbox. I reviewed it on PC because they gave it away for free on Epic Games last year, and I could not find a contact for the for that dev. I couldn't find a Billy contact who published it.
Yeah,
so I did the EGS version.
Yeah, but it does play okay. Like there was a few hitches, but they were mostly like loading type ones.
Yeah, it's the Unreal hitches. People be used to them.
Yeah, there's nothing there that's like painful really, and the combat gets quite fun, like throwing them around, and a bit frustrating to dodge on occasion. But I haven't unlocked everything yet, so I'm not too fussed. But yeah, worth a look. It's on Game Pass, and obviously check out Jesse's review of Fist Forged in Shadow Torch.
FIST.
Yes.
And now I should download it because I now have enough space on my Xbox. I'm not constantly having to move games back and forth and re-download games because I bit the bullet and got one of these.
One of those big suckers.
My man.
It is so... I can't get over how tiny this thing is. Like, I'm trying to think of a reference to give
For
everyone,
2 terabytes.
to show everyone how tiny it is. Like, it's barely bigger than my Samsung thing for my buds. For my Samsung buds. Look at it. It's barely bigger than that. Like,
Yeah.
I
It's
don't know
super
how...
thin.
Here's my Apple mouse. And, like, look at it.
Yeah.
It's, oh, my God. It's so small.
It's really
just-
great as if you're a multi-console household, or if you've got people
we
around
are.
and you need to download a game and get it to everyone quick. The ease of just yanking it out, plugging it in, copying the game across, it's super fast. Is just like it's one of those things that you just this is really useful to me.
It's so, and yesterday I just started copying everything across, and I copied it surprisingly fast. Like, so I just put like most of my games on here, like my mainstays, like Rocket League, Fortnite, Street Fighter 6 now, Halo Master Chief Collection, Halo Infinite,
AEW.
Call of Duty, just, yes, AEW, put all the mainstays on there that I'm just going to be playing over and over for God knows how long, GoldenEye. And then the games that I'm trying to work through to get rid of, like Dead Space, Hi-Fi Rush, all that, they're all just on the internal. And I'm interested to see now, because Rocket League on Series X specifically, not the S, just the X, crashes a lot. So I'm wondering if now that Rocket League sits on this, will it crash less or not at all now? So I'll be interested, and I'm sure Carlos and Jason will be very interested also to hear the results of my testing. But yes, we have a super chat. Trev G, $2. Morning, the 3 best guys on the interwebby thing.
Oh,
That's very
Thanks,
kind.
Trev.
Very kind.
Thanks,
Very
mate.
kind.
thank you for lying.
That's not the only
Trev
super
is Aussie,
chat.
from what I can tell. Yes, Jay the Erp, who is
He renewed his
YouTuber
membership for a month.
member.
Mhm.
Nick, you beat GoldenEye yet? Yes, I have beat GoldenEye. I just haven't got the 1,000 yet. I need to just get the 1,000. I have not got the 1,000 yet, but I've beat it. I did beat it. I rolled credits on GoldenEye. I did.
Important question. And there's 2 things. One, super cool to see so many actual YouTube members in the chat whilst we're live.
Yeah.
Like the number of them, all of the gifted ones, but seeing people that are actually renewing and sticking with us and supporting us in that way, can't overstate how grateful we are. And the second important thing is, and let me just consult my manual here of dad jokes. What's ET short for?
What's ET short for?
Extraterrestrial.
Nah, he's only got little legs.
What? I don't get it.
What's ET short for? He's only got little legs.
Oh,
Come on,
yeah.
come on now, Nick.
It's
Wake
early.
up.
It's early. It's early.
Thank you.
Faisal gifted 5 memberships. Thanks,
Oh,
Faisal.
don't start this.
Do
craziness,
start
all right?
this. Yes, we love
We
it.
want to have a
Thanks,
show.
Faisal.
We need our show to go longer so that we can get past Game On Daily and Xbox 2. And the more you gift in Super Chat, the longer the sick is forced to stay up. It's already 11:20.
I don't mind.
Yes.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Now I get that joke. Why did the aeroplane crash?
I don't know, Nick. Why did the airplane crash?
Because the pilot was a loaf of bread.
My missus told me well, and she laughed at her own joke like so much she just had a funny turn, and it was why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side.
No, it's to get to the idiot's house. Knock knock. Knock knock.
Oh, who's there?
The chicken.
The chicken who?
That's it. That's the joke.
You're
mate.
the idiot who's
Come on,
house you
you-
go to.
Okay.
It's like what? It cracked her up, and it did make
My
me smile.
kids said a really funny knock-knock joke, and I need to remember. Oh, yeah. And remember, this is a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old saying this, so you have to understand how funny it was for me. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Daisy.
Daisy who?
Daisy me rolling. The heyday.
Funny enough, my kids hit me with a knock knock joke, and my 6-year-old daughter did it, and it cracked me up because she went, knock knock.
Who's there?
The interrupting cow.
The interrupting cow. Yeah. What was from I saw that in a movie.
I don't know what movie it's
I
in.
can't remember.
It cracked me up. Anyway, we're sorry, chat. We got distracted. You know, the dad jokes were real just then. But we'll calm it down now. We'll calm it right down. Well, let's talk about the news, shall we?
Aren't we gonna? You were gonna ask a question, and I suspect this was the question you were gonna ask.
You're right. You're right. I am such a fool. I was going to
Yes.
ask if you've had your breakfast. You're right.
Yes, I am in the middle of having my breakfast. So if you also want this delicious breakfast, go to Drink Control, CTRL, drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra, and use our code for 10% off. It's very, very, very nice. You will enjoy it as much as I do. And Jesse does.
Yep, it's the
Gary
one thing Nick is always right about, is that control is just good.
And John still has not got. Can you hurry up?
I have a thing with powdered drink products.
This won't be a problem. This won't be a problem. Even Rand got to it before you. Even Rand.
Okay. Maybe soon.
I just realized the movie I heard that joke. Is it Home? That alien movie Home with Rihanna doing one of the voices, I think? Or Rihanna's in the soundtrack? It's a DreamWorks, and Sheldon does the voice of the alien. Who's the actor that plays Sheldon again?
I can't remember his name.
What's his name?
I muted myself.
Jim
Parsons.
Why have I blanked on his... Yes. So he's in a DreamWorks animation called... Yeah, it's just called Home from 2015.
I've
and
seen
it is
Home.
Rihanna.
My kids love it. Yeah, it's got Rihanna in it.
Yes.
And it's got some
it's actually quite a good film, but that's where I heard the interrupting cow joke in that.
That is probably where that's from. My kids have watched Home, so yeah.
Okay, so that's probably where they got it. Okay.
News.
So
There's not much to talk
Yes.
about this week.
There's not much to talk about. So look, we'll do the news, and then we'll talk about the big news, right? The
I
FTC.
was about to say there's not much to talk about. What?
I'm kidding. There's a lot to talk about, yes.
Okay, let's talk about this first thing. Starfield's Constellation Edition. So this is the super duper fancy pants
Why is
limited
this
edition.
news?
Well, I think it's right. If you're going to pay loads and loads of money, and then you
But
don't
this is not a new thing.
It's not, no. But do you think it's a stupid thing?
This was also
not-
this
Yeah,
was tied to
I
something
thought
else.
it was stupid from day one.
But yeah, this was
I've always
tied
thought
to
it was
people
stupid.
thinking every edition was like this, and not just
Yes, there was some
Constellation.
confusion. There was some
Yeah, they
confusion.
leapt on that confusion, didn't they? Oh,
they
the
always do.
websites churned out those articles.
Oh, they always
Starfield
do.
doesn't come with a disc in any edition.
In any edition. Although there is merit, I feel like there's merit to the idea of... Because remember, we're in a very different age of games these days, where games are rarely the complete product on the disc.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's merit to the idea of all video games coming out digitally initially, and then 3 to 6 months down the track, you release the disc once the game is content and patch complete.
That's like
I think
3 or
there's merit
6
to
years
that
down the
idea.
patch for most games, though.
Yeah,
For some
that's-
games, yes.
I totally
understand
get that.
I'm not saying everyone should do this. All I'm suggesting is that there's some merit to that idea.
Yeah, that's
of
actually kind
releasing
of
the
what
disc later.
that's what Alan Wake 2 pretty much said, is like, we get to work on it longer with less hassle if we just go digital only. And like down the line, maybe they do a disc, but at launch they are digital only because it'll just make things easier for them. 'Cause they don't have to have a gold edition ready.
I see this industry going more and more this route because
Good.
I
Help the
can't
environment.
remember the
Good.
last time I bought a disc. And look, I'm sorry. Like, I know that there are going to be listeners to this show. There are going to be people in the chat that only ever buy physical. And there are going to be people that are perhaps younger and a little bit less cash rich, whatever the phrase, disposable income, whatever phrase you want to attach to it, that do the usual. And I used to do this when I was a kid, right? In the 360 gen, it was, I'd trade in these 3 and I'd get the next big one. And then, I'd wait and then I'd trade in some more and I'd get the next big one. And that cycle would just continue. But I don't need to do that anymore. I mean, I think with subscription services like Game Pass, with the number of free-to-play games, I'm normally... And I have to admit nowadays we're often in a different boat because we get a lot of codes, right? That's just reality. But I always try and keep that mindset of cost. But the convenience, the ease, the no more standing in the rain or the cold.
So good.
Yes, I miss those times in some aspects, like the joy of joint discovery of everybody coming together and playing and walking home with their giant box full of useless plastic garbage. But the convenience of just clicking a button and it's there and it auto updates and I can just play. Great, sign me up. I'm all for it.
But as to this special edition thing, that's been happening for a long time now. Yeah, so I'm not sure why people were making. Again, I'm not saying
this
I agree
one was
with not having.
Their Twitter account replied saying all versions come with a disc because they got it wrong, and so their support messed it up, deleted it, but then people were very worried.
Okay, because again, it's no excuse. Like I think it's dumb that you can buy the super expensive edition and not get the game with it. At the same time, to play devil's advocate, as a collector that often likes to not open the actual package, I'd also feel annoyed that I'm buying this thing and can't then use the game that's inside it, if that makes sense. Like there's just this free copy of the game sitting there that I'll never use because I don't like to open this stuff and I like to keep it sealed. Yeah, I know that's dumb. I'm aware that's dumb.
I get lots of people do it. Lots of people do it. They hoard the pretty steel cases. I was one of those a long time ago, but I enjoy my clutter-free life where I haven't got like a bookcase full of disc boxes that I never touch ever.
Yeah, I know. My bottom shelf still has some. I took my camera off once and showed it.
Yeah.
I've got nothing behind me. There's nothing there.
Jesse's like, no one. Where's my green screen?
Oh no, I already showed it. My Starfield controller.
I think though the biggest scrutiny that Bethesda should have on them when it comes to any special edition is the Fallout of the Fallout. Was it the Fallout 76 special edition thing?
Yeah. The canvas bag that was
right. The canvas bags falling apart. You know, people paid all that money and they were let down.
Look at my Sam Fisher.
That's the modern Sam Fisher, isn't it?
That's sexy.
Splinter Cell Conviction.
DILF Sam Fisher.
That's my Sam Fisher, and it's not from the GOAT Assassin's Creed game. Ezio from Assassin's Creed 2 Special Edition, the White Edition.
Ezio Auditore de Firenze.
I still have those. So good.
Wow.
So good.
I do think also you get it more value out of, in this specific case, because of the way Xbox works, you actually get more value from a digital code with them because you get it on console and PC. Because they're doing two Constellation editions. One is the Xbox. They don't use Play Anywhere branding anymore. Everything just works across everything now, but it doesn't say Play Anywhere.
I don't know why they don't do the branding.
Because sometimes they do. It's like a very specific program. I think Play Anywhere and Smart Delivery were things you had to start from the beginning. But now they have it so you can just make it so like a version works. And it just says on the store page, Xbox, console, PC. And then what it supports down below it. And that stuff just works now. You don't have to be in this specific program anymore. But I don't know. You should ask Eden. Maybe she could find out from someone. But with the Xbox version, you get Xbox and Windows Store with full cross, everything.
Play cross save, and that's a massive boon for me. Yeah, I love being able to do that.
And then the other one is you just get it on Steam because some people just really like Steam, and the thought of being able to mod a Bethesda game is going to be easier on Steam, which we'll have to see. Hopefully, it's easy on both, but who knows?
Yeah.
Can't get over how small this is.
Welcome to 2 years ago, bro.
Welcome like 10 years.
Me out.
They've had really small SSDs at that size for a very long time. They're just very expensive when they're that small. That's
I would love to. I'd love to get a poll up in the chat.
Sure. What do you want?
What do they prefer, physical versus digital? I just want to see what the community does.
I've been digital for years.
I have been digital since Titanfall 1 on the Xbox One. That was the last physical game I bought.
Well, actually, I have to admit, I still buy some physical games on Switch, but that's only because I have 4 Switches. So, I've got 4 Switches in the family. So, the way console sharing works, The way console sharing works, it's only really going to cover 2 people.
Yeah.
So the best way to have everyone play the game is to buy a physical version where anyone can just take the cart and pop it in. That's the only reason I buy anything physical.
And plus, they don't go down in
on
value.
Switch.
In the end, you can go back
No,
and
they
you can
don't.
resell your Switch stuff for like 80% of what you bought it, if not more.
I sold Smash Brothers. I bought Smash Brothers digitally and sold the cart for like $60 or $70 Australian.
They just never go down. That's what
They
Sony
don't go
wants
down in
really
value,
bad.
so yeah.
But
Yeah, but Sony's never going to get that. Doesn't matter how much they want it, they're never going to get it. It's funny because my son has only ever known digital gaming outside of the Switch. I showed him this yesterday. I go, hey, buddy, look at the hard drive Baba bought for the Xbox. He's like, that's pretty big. I go, what?
Nick's like,
I go, what are you talking about? He's like, that's pretty big. I'm like, buddy. So I went and pulled out my regular plug-in Seagate drive, the 4 terabyte one. I go, this is how big a hard drive normally is. Look at this. He's like, it's pretty small then. I go, yeah, bud, it's real small.
bigger than a Switch cartridge, though.
yeah,
Well, maybe that's why he thought it was big. Maybe that's why. Because that's
I
the
have to
only physical
admit,
thing he knows.
all of this, console sharing and stuff like that. Like now that my kids, don't always live in the same house as me. He's desperate to have an Xbox at his mum's house, and I can look to fund that, right? But therein comes the problem. Right now, his home Xbox is my home Xbox, and the minute I put that over there, I have to go sign in on the one he has here, or sign in on the one he has over there, and he can't play the same games. Microsoft, darling, give me my family membership here in the UK, please, because I've got
I know, man.
I've got my little brother and his 2 kids and my 2 kids.
I do think this is another casualty of waiting on ABK to finish. They do not want numbers to go up. They don't want to look super strong. So things are being extended while they try and get this initial closing done.
ABK. I look forward to talking about that in a minute. But before we do, hey, chat, don't forget to hit that like button, please, folks. There's 160 plus of you guys. Lovely that you are watching right now, and less than 100 likes, and that simply won't do. The maths is all kinds of wrong.
Can end the poll now.
Let's have a look at the poll. Let's see. What does everyone say? 74% of the respondents said they're a digital dynamo. That's it's only 25% getting physical games.
Let's get physical.
Say what you want. It's banging tune from Dua Lipa.
You gotta remember to do more polls.
From who?
Dua Lipa.
It's Olivia Newton-John, dude.
No, that's a different song I'm thinking of. Have a listen to the Dua Lipa one. It's really good. It's a bit 80s, but
I'll listen to that right now. It's probably 80s on purpose, mate, because
Yeah,
Olivia
yeah, it's
Newton-John's
100%
original.
no, it's not a cover. It's not a cover. It's a different song. It's just also called Physical. And it's overtaken for me because my kids like it so much. The Olivia Newton-John, Let's Get Physical.
Let me decide.
Yeah, you're known for your good taste.
Oh,
My
don't
taste
get me
in
wrong.
music
Like, I'm not going to
is
buy Dua
perfection.
Lipa. You like a lot of house music, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this song. Let's get physical. Oh, no, no way.
My
You
kids fucking
serious?
love it, man. My kids fucking love it.
Really?
Anyway, Perfect Dark. A long, long,
do
long
like
way
Dua Lipa,
away. Yeah. How's everyone feel about that?
What?
Big investigative reporting from IGN, Rebecca Valentine for Perfect Dark. Done some digging.
Hold on. Was there
Yeah.
some information in Perfect Dark that possibly had been revealed by myself about, I don't know, 2 years ago?
Well, it's
And everyone
interesting.
gave me a whole bunch of shit about it?
I'll quote this, Nick, because I think you once said, maybe bang on 2 years ago, whenever it was revealed in 2020, right? I think you used the words that you'd heard
I'd
It would be-
heard.
episodic.
No, that they were discussing the idea that it might be, like I said, I tried to compare it sort of to like Black Mirror. I mentioned the show Black Mirror, and I just heard that the idea that the words episodic had been thrown around, or seasons, or whatever. That's all I had said. And then the trailer came out, and for some reason people took that trailer as confirmation that it wasn't episodic, and people are like, didn't he say it was going to be episodic? Now Rebecca Valentine has revealed that they did discuss the idea of it being episodic. Gee, maybe my sources really aren't that bad.
You've been getting so lucky lately, Nick.
I've had a very good month. I've had a very good month this last month.
You've made sure we know about it.
Yeah, I think the full quote
everyone
was...
can give me crap. I can't gloat on the other side of it.
I didn't say you can't. I just said you have been.
Yeah, you can gloat a bit. But the full quote from Rebecca Valentine's piece on IGN is, it's still an FPS balancing combat and espionage with an emphasis on spy gadgets, some experimental movement tech, and a focus on narrative. Recent plans seem to be leaning towards some kind of episodic format, though the exact form and shape of it has yet to be determined and could still change entirely before release.
Darkwing Duck. But when we say Darkwing Duck, they just say things change. No, guys, stuff actually does change, as you are now hearing. So yes, I had heard they were discussing the idea of episodic, and I heard that 2 years ago. It sounds like it's still in the plans if Rebecca's just discovering it now.
Yeah.
Now, from what Rebecca just said there, it sounds like what I had also heard, which I'd mentioned on this show, is also still the case. Remember how I said my source had told me that it was the combat was very John Wick-esque. There was a lot of cool Mirror's Edge meets better gun combat, a lot of cool movement stuff. Sounds like that's still there. So that gets me very... Because what my source described to me, I was like, whoa, if they can nail that and how it looks and how it feels, if they can nail everything my source described to me, then this should be a very, very good video game. If they can nail it all. Yeah.
I hope so. I really do. Like, it was interesting. I think it was revealed that initially the initiative were paired with certain affinity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was brand new information, and that was like a bit of a...
That is brand new information. Where's that from?
Fuck.
Dude,
that is Phoebe, friends. Sorry,
yes, thank you. Oh
I
my
knew,
god.
I figured it was friends.
Oh my god.
That is brand
new information.
But yeah, so certain affinity was on there. They swapped it across to Crystal Dynamics, and apparently they've hit their rhythm, and you know there is progress being made. So let's see. Let's see what happens.
It's going to be in that time frame that Matt Booty talked about of how long AAA games take to make. And they take that long for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I get that a lot of people are disappointed it's still years away, but trust me,
they've got a lot of stuff in between.
If everything I've heard is true about it and they nail it all, it'll be worth the wait. It'll be very much worth the wait. He full on I got to be careful what I say, but he full on described something to me, and I'm reading what he's saying, and I'm like, man, if they get this, if they just get it and it feels good, like he was talking about I've got to be careful what I say, because I don't want to, because it's been so long now. I don't want to say something thinking, it's okay now, it's been long enough, and then it turns out I'm not actually supposed to say it. So I'll hold off. But if they nail it, it'll be well worth the wait. It'll be great.
Do you know when I'm seeing the chat having a conversation a little bit about episodic and like what that means, and I think there's some discussion about, does it feel like Quantum Break's version of episodes? But the best comparison I can come up with in my head that I would like it to be, bear with me, is like when you watch like a good spy thriller, like on TV, like I don't know, Jack Ryan or Reacher, and you have like a cool mission, but it furthers the plot behind it. So you'll have a cutscene and a middle cutscene and then cutscene, and it's like done, and then you can play the next mission, and it's like continuing the next of the 10
what
episodes.
that is?
So GoldenEye.
Yeah, very, very much.
The modern equivalent of that is the Hitman games, which are incredible.
Yeah. And I think that's fine for Perfect Dark. I think I described that at the time. Like, I think that's okay. Like, the game I pitched to ID at Xbox years ago, when I was registered with ID at Xbox, was exactly that. It was mission-based. It was missions like GoldenEye. And that's okay. Like, you can have an overarching story, but then each mission has its own little thing, but that also forwards the overarching story. You can still do stuff like that.
That's
I think
a lot
Perfect
of
Dark could be fine
older,
episodic.
a lot of older games when they weren't big interconnected hubs were that.
Yeah,
It's just the
they were just
having it
levels
as a
or missions.
making it a platform that you can easily get more content into,
Yeah.
which is the thing they really nailed with Hitman. Or even if you reuse the same location, but you get a new mission with new stuff in that same location, it's great.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Imagine
Yeah,
if the DLC is just, oh, look, this Perfect Dark has 20 missions, but every year we're going to create 5 new ones. And if the game's great, I'd be okay with that.
And I really hope they don't shy away from the sillier stuff in Perfect Dark. Like you had the grey alien Elvis with the American waistcoat, and you had the Skidar, which were these kind of weird, crab-like, like Starship Troopers, almost like alien things, and you had some really cool guns from them, and they were like funding some organization. I hope they really go big on it, but it sounds like obviously they've got this future Earth that's all like dwindled in water and it's all desert-like and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really excited. Either way, 2 years.
I'm
I
fine
can wait.
with mission-based or episodic-based. I'm again, depends on the execution of episodic, but I'd keep my mind open.
Yeah,
I'd keep my mind open.
I'm seeing in the chat, third person, first person, etc., or some sections like Rainbow Six, Vegas 1 and 2 on the Xbox 360 used to be, where you'd first person, but then you could go into cover and it would go to third person.
But that's the only time it went into third, and that's how
That
Perfect
is.
Dark
And
Zero was.
Do you remember you used to be able to scan your face using the Xbox 360 camera, and you would die, and it would be your like weird polygonal body down on the floor.
This camera.
Yeah, that camera, funnily enough. But I wonder, like, I see the footage of like the GoPro style shooter that looks almost like real life, and the combat, that how visceral and close that feels, and how much it looks like body cam. I wonder if there's a world where they can do that, like, so you're really feeling like you're.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I don't know. We'll see. Like, just with that warp and the visuals of it.
I don't know if I want
that's
the
going to be
warp.
divisive.
I don't know if I'd want to deal with the warp for a potentially 15 to 20 hour game, but
yeah,
and
I don't know.
please, everyone, that's not me saying that I know Perfect Dark is 15 to 20 hours. I'm giving you an example. Like I'm just saying that I don't know if I could handle that warped fisheye camera for 15, 20 plus hours of a video game. I'm not talking about Perfect
There's
Dark.
one thing I saw in the
Just
chat, and
generally.
I've seen people talking about more and lately. I know Tamor and Lucy on GameSpot just did a video about it, about how with Perfect Dark, they got to stop announcing these things so early. Like, weren't we just in the mindset that they need to stop being so secretive and just announce things ahead of time and let us know what they're working on? And they did that.
Yeah.
And we've been a few years, and now people are already like, well, we just heard about this so long ago, and I'm getting sick and annoyed of it. And I was like, well,
People are weird.
you want less secrecy in the industry. You want to know about things ahead of time, but then because this game is you're gonna know about it for about 5 years ahead of time, probably similar to like Fable. Like, who cares? You know about it. It's not like there's not other stuff to play or talk about.
I know, there's so many games to play. Like, just play other games. It's okay if you have to
companies
wait
are going
a
to
bit.
do this more because they can hire people way more easily.
Yeah,
It was a huge problem with
Dark,
Redfall.
Perfect Dark, Fable, all announced nice and early with just kind of title cards and a little bit of CG because they want to hire people for this.
Star
project.
Wars Eclipse, they just gave you a little CG thing. Like, companies are going to keep doing that. Project Dragon, they're going to keep talking about things early because, as they talked about with Redfall, they couldn't properly tell people what they were going to be friggin' working on. And everyone's coming to Arcane like, hey, I love immersive sims. I want to do one of those. And they're like, no, it's not going to be that. It's okay. We haven't said what it is yet.
Awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, that Splinter Cell trailer was literally a recruitment trailer.
Yeah.
Yes,
They
Splinter
they
Cell
had
remake.
made the decision to make the game at that point. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it was
all
literally
you
a
need to know.
recruitment trailer.
Never mind. Video games in the industry is kind of weird. There's lots of secrecy, as we will get into later on in the show when we talk about FTC.
A lot of
versus
accidental
Microsoft.
unsecrecy.
Speaking
That's
of
the
one of
best
the
part about this
accidental
case.
unsecrecy things, we will pull one piece out that we won't cover specifically in the whole ABK discussion.
We did have a
and that is
super
we
chat if you wanted.
Finally, before we do that, then let's do that super chat.
Trev
Trev
G. Actually, wasn't there a couple?
Maybe.
Oh, no.
one.
No. Trev G again with a $5 Australian super chat. Did we determine which Schreiber Nick may be / is? I'm their long lost Greek cousin.
Look at the Greek
Schreibers.
cousin Schreibers.
Schreiberopoulos.
Oh dear. But yeah, one of the leaks we got from the case was we finally have an actual, real, tangible. Whoops, we shouldn't have said it, but it's out there now. Xbox sales number. Interesting times.
Sort of. It's not an exact number, but we have a very, very narrowed down ballpark, which is probably about 21, 22 million.
Thanks to our affiliates at Install Days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
Around 21, 22.
As of 2022, not this year included.
I was about to say, as of the end of last year, they were at around 21, 22, so let's put them at 23.
The bigger thing is we got numbers forever. Their entire history, we have sales numbers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty crazy. Or sales ballpark figures.
So Xbox One wasn't at 35 the entire generation, like everyone kept trying to say. It got closer to 60. Xbox One ended up doing okay for itself. For a console that had such a ridiculously disastrous launch, Xbox One did all right, man, at almost 60 million. It did okay.
Its launch wasn't even that bad. It was the rest of the generation. It just kept going. Bloop, 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 bloop.
It really bugs me a little bit. Like,
it did all right.
I wish there were numbers on this graph, like per year, because at the moment you're just kind of like,
There are. You can pixel count and get an idea because it breaks it each year. And if you run the lines and everything, this install base thread, I can link. It's linked in the doc. But
yeah. But yeah, so closer than you would have thought. But like Microsoft talking about exclusivity there, PlayStation 286, Switch 277.
It is over the course of 3 decades.
Yeah, 59.
Yeah,
the Nintendo numbers are the funniest because the Wii U was so bad. It was the worst selling thing imaginable after the Wii had taken off, and then the Switch, like Wii Unreal, Wii U the biggest disaster, and then Switch even bigger than the Wii. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they went GameCube, which was their biggest disaster to that point. Wii, biggest success. Wii U, even bigger disaster than the GameCube. Switch, even bigger success than the Wii.
Well,
crazy.
Is there any chance the Switch 2 is a disaster? There's no way. This will be the finally the time they get it.
Zero chance.
It won't
as
be
long as it's back compat, more powerful, better form factor, better battery, better screen. How can they go wrong?
Well, I had heard on a rumor mill. It was on one of our older rumor mills a while back that I had heard the next Switch, at the very least, would have a digital version, if not be a digital only console.
Interesting.
Their cartridges are. Their cartridges
that
are
will annoy a
useless.
lot of people that buy cartridges.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I suspect there'll be a digital version. I don't think the only version of the Switch 2 will be digital.
The cartridges have hamstrung the Switch massively because the 16 gigabyte, because everyone just goes 16 gig, and then you have to download the game anyways. Because
Nintendo, I don't know.
It's expensive
why didn't
to make
they
more
use
expensive
SD
ones.
cards? Why didn't they use SD cards?
probably would be expensive too. I don't know.
Expense, probably.
Yeah.
More expensive than their proprietary cartridges.
Probably.
Nah, no chance. No chance. That's impossible. No
Who
way.
knows? I don't know. Don't know
Reliability and also like a size thing. Kids can choke on them. Then you just have to put them into a cart.
That's
You
a
have to
good
put them
point.
into a holder
Yeah, that's a good
anyways.
point.
I mean, they already made their own cartridges taste like shit. So
They made
Well,
them taste bad.
yeah, Switch
Yeah,
cartridges
they
have
made
a
them
coating
taste
on
bad
them
on
to taste
purpose.
bad.
Anyone else going to be putting a Switch cartridge in their mouth
That
after
was-
this show?
that was-
Need to
no,
know.
Didn't you
Jeff
see
Grubb
there was a
already did it.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I did not know this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was a thing a few years back.
I need to go find a Switch cartridge.
And it could
No,
make
no, no.
sense then. It could make sense that the next Switch is digital only, so they're not hamstrung by a cartridge.
I mean, yeah, but it would annoy so many people.
It would.
So many
would.
people.
It would.
And they would all just carry on with life and carry
yeah,
on
no, they
buying.
just-
Imagine if
So-
Nintendo
Eat
did
it.
some cool digital conversion program. So you put you download a tool onto the original Switch, you pop your cartridge in, and like it converts it to a digital copy tied to your account.
I wish Xbox
That'd be
would
pretty
still
cool.
do that.
Huh?
I wish Xbox had done that with their disc to code
Oh,
program.
I know.
That would have been incredible.
Xbox One original vision, mate.
Xbox One Original Vision
I'll-
had a lot,
I'll-
had some cool stuff. It had some bad stuff.
I'll
but it
die
had
on
a
that
lot
hill.
of good stuff.
I'll die on that hill.
Dear.
There is other news that we can separate out.
Yeah,
from
I've got
stuff.
Like what?
Ninja Theory.
But yeah, I've got that on the list.
Okay,
Yes, that's all part of it.
I'm looking at the list. I know.
Mhm.
You skipped one.
Yeah, that's
But
in
okay.
there.
Yeah, Ninja Theory. The cost was accidentally revealed. How much Microsoft paid for them?
Not bad.
They were feeling Halo in their veins. They paid Master Chief Petty Officer Spartan 117 $1 million or pounds or whatever for Ninja Theory.
117 million. Not bad.
Not bad, considering like you got to bear in mind Ninja Theory. Like, what IP did they come with? Come through Chaos, or was that Microsoft's already owned IP anyway?
Hellblade.
Heavenly Sword was Sony's. Hellblade is theirs. That's it.
Devil May Cry is Capcom's.
Yep. Like, that's a pretty good deal, and they're giving them a lot of cinematic leeway and production leeway to make Hellblade 2, which is great because I think
you've definitely paid for talent there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
For 117.
Yeah. It's the arty farty studio, isn't it, from Microsoft? So I like it. I wish with what we saw of Hellblade 2 at the showcase had been a little bit more than just
I know.
my feelings weird cutscene thing.
It's because
Like, I would have liked to see
the last thing they did
more.
essentially was their combat, and I think they're going to save their base sword combat and type stuff for a direct, because I think that's going to be what we end up getting. We'll probably get a direct for Avowed. We'll probably get a direct for Hellblade. Like, yeah.
Like, do you reckon another January direct next year for like Hellblade and
whichever one is earlier?
I'd prefer we get an XO.
Yeah,
Maybe there'll be something at the Game Awards.
Well, yeah, they
Twice
said
now
there'll be
we've seen it.
there'll be a Gamescom. I don't know that it would be there. That's probably too early.
Yeah, Gamescom, no.
I should be at Gamescom. So
like, ride this wave now. Like, Sony had the terrible showcase. Xbox had a very good showcase. Why not ride that wave and have an XO?
They've got
the wave. Go on. Sorry.
well, they're doing their normal thing. They've got an ID at Xbox show, but this time instead of Twitch, it's IGN. So hopefully, the pacing issues people had in the past, though I think the last one was actually very good pacing. Yeah. But they've got that. They'll have Gamescom. They're always at Tokyo. They did a bunch of Tokyo Game Show last year for Game Pass, like Ni no Kuni 1 and 2 and other stuff. They'll probably be at the Game Awards again. So I am curious about XO.
Yeah, I hope that we see. I called this out a couple of shows back, but we've seen the Sony have this crazy 2022. Microsoft had a terrible one. It's 2023 is going to be Sony's kind of really rough year of just one big first party release. Like, everything for them is Spider-Man 2, and there ain't much else.
That's it.
But Final Fantasy 16 technically counts because they paid.
I know,
have
but
it anywhere else.
It's already been and gone, right?
Yeah, okay.
And
it sold all right. It sold
3 million
for just one platform, and for them, it is a very fast seller. It's obviously not going to probably be as big until it hits PC overall number wise, but for now, it seemed to do okay.
Seems to do okay, but yeah. So I think Microsoft should ride the wave, and if they are now in the point where they are hitting that quarterly cadence, they're going to have a good 2024 too. So bring it on. Extra things that leaked from the show, seeing as we're in that vein, was the Microsoft was going to buy everybody.
Well, they were looking into the possibility of everyone, but then quickly sectioning off what they would actually take their time and go into.
Now that I can get this off my chest, do you all now see why I didn't want ABK? Do you all now see why all this time I did not want ABK? Because look at what ABK got in the way of.
Yeah.
I knew about most of those. Which is why I was getting so angry about ABK.
Can I reveal? It was a couple of E3s ago when they were, because this lines up with that timing and that document of everybody they were looking at.
IOI.
Can we just talk about, like, we'd heard this, right? Like, XboxEra had heard this, Nick had heard this, and we were sitting there before. I might have been the 21 show, and we were like, are they going to do another crazy acquisition drop? It might have been the 2020 show. I can't remember. But we were like, oh my God. And we drafted up. We'd got everyone in the list. And I've still got them. I've still got the files. Like the whole Studio X plus Xbox. We have, like, I think 5 of them for 5 different studios that we'd heard, and they were all on that list. And it's like, interesting. And do you know what? I laughed at some of the drama of this. So I did see people getting pissy. I think Bloomberg was getting pissy, and some of the, Phil Spencer, his mask has slipped. He lied to us.
What mask?
Because he was interviewed on Bloomberg about, you've approached Sega for acquisition, you've approached Japanese devs, and he was like, I haven't. And the crazy thing is, they're equating Microsoft looking but not approaching. Just here's our short list of things we could go for, as approaching, and then calling him out as if he's a liar. He didn't lie. There is a difference between I went and spoke to them and made them an offer versus we're looking at them internally.
The mask slip thing was the title of an IGN piece from Shannon Liao. The actual piece wasn't bad.
I know the piece was fine. The headline was shit.
Yeah, it's the whole thing about print media that drives me.
And Bungie.
Can we talk about Bungie?
I don't know. We'll get blocked. Double blocked.
Daniel Ahmad re-blocked me again over that because I tagged him on Twitter saying, maybe you owe us a little bit of an apology. And he just must have got belted with notifications, so he just blocked me.
Yeah. And look, for chat, in case you're wondering, a long time ago in the Xbox era's youth, and this is 4+ years ago, in the early days of 2019, Nick and I had stumbled upon like this legal filing where the assumption was, and you can still go find the article on our site, right? This was the difference between then and now, right? We're a publication now. We have certain responsibilities and stuff. But back in the early days, we thought we'd stumbled on this big scoop, right?
You thought.
Don't worry, I'm getting to it. And I said, no, we should definitely publish it. And the thing is, we published it in the approach.
But what did I say?
You were
what
like,
did
don't
I
do
say?
It. You said, don't do it.
What did I say?
It's 100% on me. The blame is mine.
I don't think you should. We may have found something here, but we're not sure. So maybe don't publish it. I don't think you should. John's like, we got it. This is news. We got to do it. I'm like, dude. I don't think you should.
It's so bitter in the arse, right? So, and again, Xbox Era chat, I just want to keep you guys apprised. So we published this article. We'd found this type of anointed position within these company records, and all of the previous acquisitions that Microsoft had made in 2018 all had the same person suddenly appear, like this certain role. I can't even remember the name of it now. And we were quite open. We were like, there were already, per Jeff Grubb, existing rumors that Bungie had been in talks to be acquired. Yeah. And all we said was, hey, those Bungie rumors, we think they're real. Here's why. And we gave our evidence, right? Now, back then, a very young, yet to be big YouTuber, Richard Hogue, came up and was like, hey guys, this isn't actually what you think it means. I can understand why you'd go this way. He was really kind about it. We had a few back and forths and DMs. But everybody else, first of all, the mainstream media just took it and ran with it. They didn't fact check. And then all of the shit came to us because Pete Parsons, the owner of Bungie, said, this isn't true. And he had to come out and make a public denial.
Flat out lied.
Said the same thing about Grubb. Directly to him.
He did the same thing to Jeff Grubb. He was like, this is false.
This is false.
You've lied on Twitter twice, dude. I can't, just twice.
But anyway, so we got in a lot of shit for it, and it was a bit of a humble pie moment for us. And since then, we've been very cagey about posting things we think.
But turns out we were right.
But then it was 0 for 3, because in that thread of him, Zed Hughes, calling us out, he was like, these guys suck. No one should do business with them. He did delete those tweets. We have them.
Damage was already done, though. The damage was already done.
It was already done. But then he called out in the Twitter thread about how, I suppose you think Activision's going to be acquired then as well.
Yeah, I know. And then Activision.
Pure gold.
The irony. Irony of it.
Oh, it's so funny.
And that's why I tagged him. I'm like, maybe you owe us just a small little bit of an apology. And, being a young 20-something kid, rather than man up, he blocked. Because I find that's what happens with kids in their 20s and late teens these days. Like, there's a generation of kids where as soon as you feel a bit of resistance, just quit. Don't worry about fighting through. Just quit.
Like 3,000 years into people thinking that about the next generation.
Don't man up. just quit. I find that in Rocket League, like when I play Rocket League, I already know the age of the person I'm playing with based on how quickly they want to quit the match. So sometimes we'll cop a goal a minute in, and I already see the option saying, let's forfeit. And I'm just like, how old are you? Are you like 21?
You can go back.
Fight, man. There's still...
You can go back into Greek history 3,000 years ago and find them lamenting how the youth are not as tough as they are. This has just been the same.
And
shit
we're not.
forever.
My generation's not as tough as my dad's, and my dad's isn't as tough as my grandfather's.
No, they absolutely are. Because people lie about what
not.
they were. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yes, they do.
I don't.
They absolutely do.
I don't.
Oh, God.
I played
people
sport,
bitches.
and I don't quit. I fight to the end.
Your dad was a bitch. So was his grandpa.
I
And so
just
were
don't-
you. Everyone's a bitch.
I just don't play games to the end.
That's it. Oh man. But yeah, so
Yes.
it was somewhat nice to see the whole community come out and be like, oh, people owe Xbox Era an apology. They weren't
Yeah.
quite wrong, were they? You know, so
But unfortunately, Daniel is made of Teflon,
yeah.
and he's somewhat soft. And rather than just admit and say, look, guys, while your evidence was off
Was
track,
shit.
ultimately it looks like there was something there.
But I will say he did at least delete the really mean tweets, and I think that's mostly thanks to Sukibru being like, you know, we're actually.
What are you saying about us? Why you be such a jerk, yeah?
He was getting all Netherlands friendly on him, and it's like, oh, why you be so mean?
We're just a group of normal people. Fuckface.
But that was a personal thing with me, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're very unlikable.
That was a personal thing with me.
Well, that brings back other memories, other stories of with the you can't be called Xbox Era drama, but I won't get into that because I don't think we've ever shown that off publicly. So
yeah, that's
you'll have to live in.
But yes,
they'll win in the end. Well, if we ever become a big real company, we want to be able to have Xbox in the name.
Now you all see why, like, because I get weird messages and replies on Twitter. Why don't you want ABK? You're an Xbox fan. You don't want ABK. Now you all see why. I can finally get off my chest why I didn't want ABK, because we could have had Sega now. Could have had Sega. That's why I've been so angry about this all the time. And we could have had IOI, and we could have had all these much better studios and publishers than ABK. I understand ABK from a business perspective, but I don't care about Microsoft's financials. So I'm going to talk from my perspective. So I understand ABK is the better business choice. But I'm talking about my choice as a gamer. I wanted Sega. I'd love IOI. There was some on that list that I wasn't aware of. There were some that I was, but a lot that I wasn't. I don't know. Who's 11-bit? Who's 11-bit Studios?
I've heard of them. I forget.
What did they do?
I didn't know about them.
They're a publisher. They are a publisher, not a studio. 11-bit.
Right.
They do Frostpunk. They've signed a deal now.
Yeah,
for all their games
they're the
to
ones
come
that
to Game
just signed
Pass.
Game Pass deal, and Jez is very excited because Frostpunk's like his favorite game ever.
Yeah.
So probably Frostpunk.
Oh,
2.
speaking of me being right again, did you see who else was in that list? Paradox. Remember the
Paradox
rumor mill a while
Interactive.
back?
Yeah.
Remember that rumor mill a while back that I said Now, remember, I went back and watched that rumor mill, and you see me. I'm reading the DM live on air, and you see me struggling with my words because I have to choose them so carefully. I said, Microsoft and Paradox are in talks.
And I
But I
think it
couldn't
ended
say
up.
what those talks were.
It ended up being lots of content and Game Pass deals for some of their games that they published.
Well,
right?
no, that's not all those talks were.
No,
as we've
of course. Now
seen.
we
That
know
ended
that
up
wasn't what.
being-
The
Yeah.
talks were also acquisition talks, but there was also Game Pass deal talks. It was a bit of both. But I had to just say there were talks. Now you're seeing those talks were real. Like I said, everyone, I get my stuff super, super early. I'm not like the others that get their stuff from media breaking NDAs. I get my stuff really, really early. Like,
It must have
not
been
the same thing.
flattering for
they're
Sega.
they're
to sort of
publishing
read-
The Invincible. Man, yeah, I really liked that demo. I don't know if you played that one on the Steam Fest.
I haven't.
Bit of a
I
walking
played Jusant.
simulator, but it was good. Jusant was very good. Jusant was awesome, in fact.
Yeah, the Jusant climbing, I was like, oh, okay, this is really good. Like,
Mhm.
here's how
What's
to do
the
stamina
Invincible?
Zelda.
But you know what the best demo was? And it's coming to Game Pass. It got announced in the extended. Little Kitty, Big City. It's the
Little
game.
Kitty, Big City.
It's the game Stray
What's
one. The Invincible it's kind of a walking simulator mixed with a bit of like detective-y mechanics and a little bit of like it's a first person. You're moving a cursor around to move stuff, and you can like move your controller to open latches and stuff.
Oh
It's
wow!
not an
Look at the
action game.
look at the graphics.
Yeah,
on it.
it's UE5. It's very pretty.
Oh wow!
Yeah, Little Kitty, Big City is the better version of a game we might be talking about next.
Interesting. But yes, there was. Yeah, we should, good old Collingwood. We should have an "I told you so" segment where I just go through and go bang, 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 bang. Told you so. Told you so. Told you so.
I tell you what, it must have been flattering for Sega to wake up in the morning and see all of this stuff leak out of this FTC Activision Microsoft case and be like, "Oh, where are you, Microsoft? We're okay right now. Thanks, though." Like, it's very.
Have you
sweet,
seen
very
people
flattering.
already writing articles saying Sega don't want to be acquired, guys? If this FTC case has taught you nothing, let it teach you what Nick has been trying to teach you for 2 years, which is that executives will say whatever they need to say at the time they need to say it. Don't just take their word for everything straight up front. Because as we saw, Pete Parsons was more than happy to lie on Twitter and say, no, there's no interest in us being acquired, when we all now knew for a fact that they were. So I know Sega right now is saying, no, we're all good. I think there's a fair chance Sega is still on the table as soon as this stupid ABK thing ends once and for all.
Satya said they're not done.
Yeah, and
They're
look,
not.
Sega. Yeah, we're not interested in being acquired right now unless the
Right
price is
now.
really good. Yeah, they haven't had an offer.
Well,
like,
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I would not be surprised if the Super Game deal, I wouldn't be surprised if it has some kind of acquisition hooks in it. I wouldn't be surprised. And then as soon as ABK is finished, one way or another, whichever way that goes, because we're going to talk about that soonish, I would expect that Sega is still on the table, which makes me very happy.
yeah,
Sega is all I want and all I've ever wanted.
that'd be great. That'd be great. And chat, I can see some people asking about the aeroplane. Yeah, it's my house. The window's open. It's cold. It's very, very warm. This PC gets very, very warm. Makes the room heat
It's
up.
very,
so-
very warm. Okay, thanks for
All
reminding
right,
me.
sorry, you're on the wrong hemisphere.
What is it
bro.
like? What is it like? 19 degrees there?
Oh, sweltering. Actually, it's about 15 right now. It's boiling up.
No, what is it? What actually is
I don't
it?
know. It's probably like 17, 18 out there. It's
Are you
middle of the
serious?
night. Yeah, it's getting really warm in here. Just got the window open.
You have air conditioning, don't you, Nick?
That's not even 17 is our winter temperatures. That is cold.
Oh my god, I've
It
been
is
in, like,
19
t-shirt and
Celsius
shorts
right now
all the time.
in London.
Beautiful,
Oh my god.
beautiful.
Yeah, we like cold
Oh, that's
weather,
an
Nick.
amazing midnight temperature, though. That's an amazingly mild and beautiful midnight temperature. That's great.
Lovely. Last piece of, or last two pieces that leaked out of the FTC case before we get into the nitty gritty of it. The Call of Duty PlayStation marketing deal doesn't include COD 2024. This is the last one this year.
Bad luck, Jimmy boy.
Oh,
But
delicious
it does
stuff.
run through the year, which means that probably they can't do this year's on Game Pass until it's done.
No,
Would be my guess.
that's okay.
Yep.
That's okay. I warned my brother and both my brother-in-laws because they all they do is play COD. It's like, hey boys, from next year, you may never have to buy COD again. There's a chance you may never have to buy Call of Duty ever again from next year. They're like, oh my god, that's so amazing.
No, mate, come on. We need to think about the harm this is actually doing to consumers here. But we'll get into that. The last
No.
piece of news. The
harm
last
to
piece of
consumers.
news. The last two pieces of news, I should say. Valorant has possibly been leaked as coming to console, which is super interesting. A job listing has appeared for an associate console playtest analyst for Valorant, which suggests that they're making some sort of console build.
And it's a part of Game Pass Ultimate already. You would get every Valorant agent for free.
Yeah, because of the Riot deal, right?
Yeah,
So
because it ties into
Should
your
I
account.
redeem those?
You don't
Should I
redeem them.
redeem those?
You don't redeem them. It's not a code to get. It is actually you literally just connect your Riot account to your Xbox account, and
I should do that now.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, why not?
There's like 19
Whilst
games.
you're
I
doing
don't even
that-
think I have a Riot account. I don't think I have one.
Probably don't need one before. I
Yeah.
never played their stuff.
Whilst you're doing that, there's one last piece of news. Annapurna finally did their showcase.
Another
and it
Xbox
turned into a-
showcase.
Yes.
Just like last
it
year's.
turned into a mini Xbox Game Pass showcase. The best piece of news out of all of this, Cocoon, which is from the original team or one of the
The
original
gameplay
co-founders
lead
of
of
Playdead.
Inside and Limbo.
I am beyond pumped, and he's been really responsive to me on Twitter, which I'm kind of like delighted with.
looks
So that's
really
Jeppy
cool.
Carlson. It looks incredible. I will pleasingly be reviewing this one for Xbox Era because this is right up my alley. But you can see you're like a little bug and you carry world upon worlds on your back, and then you can go into the worlds and use them to solve puzzles and then come out. It just looks mental, and I love the look of it. I think the art style is gorgeous, and these guys just make great games. So I am extremely excited to see what this turns into.
I'm hoping
So,
Wilford Brimley's in it.
Who?
Wilford
Who?
Brimley.
Oh, what, from the
Don
film?
Amici, yeah. Get them all in there. Why not?
But it looks great. But as well as that, we've got 2AT.
2AT, and it's literally a character. It's from the Katamari Damacy developer.
Yep.
He literally, you are a character named, I think your name is just Teen. You're a teenager named Teen. And the entire game is you doing T-poses. 2AT.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you're doing, he just is T-poses. And it looks
Oh my
really,
God.
and it looks neat. Because it's a
That
very
is
weird,
great.
yeah, it's a weird dev. And he just always has his arms out doing a T-pose at all times. Or they do. Don't know if they're, boy or girl. They got a skirt on,
That's
so probably girl.
brilliant. 2AT.
Mm-hmm.
This is fantastic. So yeah, like I love these kinds of smaller, more interesting games. We also had from Nidhogg developers, we've had Ghost Bike.
Yeah, that was
announced.
the other brand new announced like out of nowhere because some of them were just updates on release dates, but these were all so far Game Pass. There was only one that wasn't, I think, or two.
Yeah. And I mean, Annapurna is unique in that because they're also so closely linked to theatre and film. They are very, very careful about how they curate their games, and I absolutely love that. I mean, look at the art style on this.
Mhm.
Look at the beauty.
It
of
was
the
one of the
cell
best
shading.
showcase. It was half an hour long, and it was one of my favorite showcases of the month.
I mean, it just looks great. Like I am very, very excited to play all of these for the most
There's a
part.
ghost skull in front of your bike. That's about all I know.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. We also saw Bounty Star, which I think is due.
Yeah, we'd seen it
Early-
before, but now we got the date or time
So
frame.
early 2024.
Yeah,
right?
it was supposed to be this year, and then they said nope, it'll be early next year, which is fine by me because this year's full.
And this is from Dino God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
like
mean,
the
again-
mech combat-y buildy thing, I think. It looks really
yeah,
cool.
it looks cool. Like
It's on Game Pass.
I don't know about this one. This one was one I'm least sure on. I love mech games,
Mhm.
apart from weirdly Armored Core. Sorry, Armored Core fans. I don't like Gundam games, and this feels a little bit more Gundam to me.
Yeah, this is. I doubt this is more on the simmy side of being
Yeah.
a mech. It's definitely, it's smaller scope. It is about making builds and shooting and meleeing
Yeah.
and whatnot. Oh,
And then we saw Thirsty Suitors again, which we
Got a date on.
Finally got a date for now, which is another Game Pass drop.
What is
And
that
he's-
game about?
it's horny people flirting
dating.
and fighting.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, it's
it's like a
literally-
dating combat
Mhm.
game.
You're pretty much fighting to get dates. It looks incredible.
Like real
the
life.
style.
Yeah, like real life.
Just like real life.
Thirsty Suitors. I mean, it was such a unique idea.
We got a timely super
Um,
chat from Faisal about all this.
Yes. Faisal, $5 Canadian.
Mhm.
Sorry, guys. I think you'll find all publishers and studios hate Game Pass.
My God.
Apparently, according
So-
to Jimbo.
We'll touch on that. in a
Chat, in case you were living under a rock, one of Jim Ryan's pieces of testimony was that unanimously all
Yeah.
publishers he's spoken to hate Game Pass because it devalues the product. And then I loved it. So many developers and publishers out on Twitter. Hey, Game Pass, we love you.
That's when the
Like-
11-bit thing hit. I was almost like, they timed this knowing the Jim Ryan thing was coming because they had obviously seen the testimony. It was going to air that day. And so like, hey, 11-bit, we signed this deal. You can talk about it now.
It just I mean, is that perjury? Is that lying on the stand or not?
No, because no one's going to go to Jim. Who's going to Jim Ryan saying, I love Game Pass? Jim, have you used Game Pass? Oh my God, it's so good. He's literally the competition. They're going to say,
the developers he was talking about. They were talking about he's talking about all his first party studios, probably.
We all hate
Which means he's telling the truth. If he went to Bungie, if he went to Insomniac, if he went to Naughty Dog and said, do you guys love Game Pass? And they were like, nah, man, Game Pass sucks. Loss. He then goes to the stand and says, every developer I spoke to hates Game Pass. So he didn't lie. He just spoke to Sony PlayStation developers.
Bungie wouldn't have counted.
He said publishers. Yeah. Publishers.
Bungie's a publisher.
Bungie was in it and they liked it. They didn't want to leave, and now they're in PlayStation.
Well, maybe they hate it now that they're owned by PlayStation.
Oh, apparently Rand is going off on you on Xbox 2.
Why? What did I do now?
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe you were right too much.
Well, you did call him an asshole.
You did call him an asshole. That was uncalled for. Mm-hmm. You can't hurt Rand's feelings like that. And then lastly, and keep me honest here, Jesse, all of those
were Game Pass.
Are Game Pass. The only one that isn't, curious this, was previous PlayStation 1 year exclusive, Stray, the cat game.
Very good chance that it had a deal where it can't go to Game Pass unless Sony doesn't bid on it.
Oh, look, it's an Xbox pad now.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And he knocked it off.
Oh, and it's on the Xbox on.
Yeah. That's coming August 10th, I believe.
Yeah. So coming to Xbox, that's cool.
I'm still not interested in it.
It's not okay. It's not a bad game. It is not a cat game. It is more a walking simulator where you press buttons to do specific actions. Little Kitty Big City is an actual cat simulator and really fun and good and is better than Stray. And I only played the demo.
I don't know. Everything I hear about Stray and everyone that I know that's played it is like, man, it's boring and it's barely a game.
It's barely a game. Okay. It's a walking simulator for the most part, and it's about robots. It's not about cats. So it is about robots.
But yeah, not coming to Game Pass, and the likelihood is that Sony signed a deal to
neither was the other great-looking game from that show, which I don't have on the list. But you should know what it is, John. Unless you didn't see it.
Why should I know what it is?
Because...
Oh, Manduan.
No, I'm going to put it up on screen. Your head's going to blow.
I don't know. If Stray wasn't a PlayStation exclusive, I doubt anyone would have given a shit about it, personally.
There was another game.
Oh, God, yeah, the new Blade Runner game. What the hell?
Oh, Blade Runner, yeah. Made by Annapurna themselves internally.
Yep.
Oh, it's exciting
that could be
stuff.
Interesting.
That was not showing Game Pass, but it also just said coming to console and PC. So no, it's not close.
Very excited.
I know. And Stray beats Sifu, like for Indie Game of the Year. It's like, are you serious?
I don't think Stray was bad. I just don't get why it got... But it wasn't even about
cats.
You know
why. Deep down, you know why.
Yeah,
yeah. Name an Xbox indie that gets that kind of attention when it's an exclusive.
Death's Door.
You can't think of one.
They didn't get the...
You're talking about they got the buzz that Stray got? Shit.
No, perhaps not.
Shit. Most of the Tunic buzz came from me.
Not from me in my review.
That was a proper evil laugh.
My 7 out of 10.
Anyway, chat. We're an hour or so in. That's all the news. That is all the news. So now the only thing to talk about.
Oh, I forgot to say it during our what we've been playing. If we can want to delay it a little bit, was Red Dead Redemption 2 is still a 10 out of 10 and one of the best things ever made. I just want to get that out there. That game on console doesn't play as well. On PC, the input latency is mwah, and it plays unbelievably well.
Red Dead's issue is not input latency. It's over reliance on animation and not willing to break animation for the sake of gameplay.
Oh, while you're in combat,
Red Dead's
it's
problem,
fine.
and all Rockstar games. Speaking of though, see that rumor that Red Dead Redemption 1's getting remade?
It got rated in Korea.
Got rated in Korea. Now, why would they be rating it if it wasn't being remade?
I have to admit, I am curious how good Red Dead 2 would look on this PC.
It's the best looking thing of all time, John, because of its lighting. Its textures obviously are not going for photorealism for the most part, but the lighting in that game, when you max it out, I put some pictures in our public Discord, discord.gg/XboxEra. That game is tough to beat. It looks insane.
Lighting is underrated. I would argue personally, just from my own perspective, that lighting is the single most important visual element in video games.
And that's why I was
I agree.
very happy to hear them talk about it in Starfield so much.
Wow.
And Minecraft is a perfect example of it.
Oh yeah, when you turn on ray tracing and you get the
As
lighting.
soon as you
on
turn
that,
on ray
it's
trace
incredible.
lighting in Minecraft, it looks like a different game. Yet it's still the same blocky, voxely, pixely thing. But as soon as you get that lighting going, different
It's
video
very
game.
pretty. And welcome Trev G, a new XboxEra supporter, YouTube member
Thanks,
on the
Trev.
channel. Welcome to the
We're
Cool
closing in on
Kids Club.
200.
200 members? Wow.
Oh, Kevin just said Rand was like, what is bigger, Starfield scope or Nick's ego? I don't know.
Your
That's
ego,
pretty
for
close.
sure.
That's pretty close.
That's not close at all.
I don't know. That's
Oh, I
pretty
love
close.
In
love
South
it,
Mall, if you're
man.
wondering why would they do a Red Dead remaster, it's to get it. It's fine on Xbox. It's to get it playing better on. It's to get it on PS5, and it's to get it on PC. PC being the big one. It's not there. It's kind of like why would they do Gears 1, 2, and 3? It's to get Gears 2 and 3 on PC.
Not
Yeah.
saying anything, Scott. Not saying anything, mate. It's not a topic of discussion. It's not on our list. I'm not going to talk about it.
Forza likes their stylized lighting over the more realistic.
Jesse brought it up. I didn't even... No one even knew what I was talking about
I
then.
knew.
Jesse has now brought that up.
Yeah.
I haven't brought up anything.
I think it's not a normal. It's a very normal thing. It's very good looking, but it's going for more stylized aesthetics.
It feels too clean. I think it's,
I've
you know,
said
like,
this
you were trying to
before.
put this into words. It's
There's
too
something
clean.
off about Forza Motorsport's lighting. Like Gran Turismo 7, don't get me wrong, right? Forza Motorsport, from all the breakdowns I've watched, from all the footage I've watched, Forza Motorsport beats GT7 in just about everything. Detail of the models, textures, environments, everything. It beats GT7, and it should. It's coming out a year later, right? It beats GT7 in
cross-gen,
everything. But lighting is such... We just said, look at Minecraft. Lighting makes such a huge difference to how a game looks, and Polyphony have clearly mastered the art of pre-baked lighting in their games. I think Gran Turismo 7 looks more real than Forza Motorsport does. To me, Forza Motorsport just looks like a very good-looking racing video game. Gran Turismo 7, if you were playing footage with no HUD of Gran Turismo 7 in the background at like a TV store, and it was just sitting there in the background, I don't know if you'd know if it was a game or if it was just real-life footage, because of how good that lighting is. Not because the detail of the models is so amazing or anything like that, but when it's in motion, you can't see how bad the environments look when you're moving.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not important, really.
you're not looking at the minute details of the models of the lights when you're moving. You just see the car going. And because of the lighting, it looks real in Gran
Does
Turismo
GT7 utilize a fully, global illumination?
No, it's pre-baked lighting.
I think that will probably be a key difference, because there are some points of the day where light is different, and GT7.
I understand that. But I'm just talking about what I'm just talking about what my eye sees, just on the surface, what my naked eye sees.
I don't necessarily disagree with your point. I understand it. I understand the point of view.
And I'm not suggesting Forza Motorsport's ugly. Like, I was talking about this on Twitter, and people are like, you said Forza looks like shit. No, I didn't say that at all. Forza Motorsport is a very good-looking racing video game, but it definitely looks like a video game.
Yeah, it looks very clean.
To
Too
me,
clean.
Gran Turismo 7, when I watch footage of it, it almost looks lifelike in moments because of how good that pre-baked lighting is.
Yeah,
It almost looks lifelike.
we'll see.
Again,
We'll see what the final
100%
build is.
because of the lighting. And I value lighting above all else. People were fawning over that Metro RTX lighting update. It was the same Gen 8 game, but look at the jump it got just because of the lighting.
Yeah,
Lighting is so important, and I don't think people realize it. It's to me, it's the most important visual element. It can take an ugly game and make it good looking, like Minecraft.
yeah. I'm curious to see what the difference would be between a Forza Motorsport new one, replay, where it turns on all the bells and whistles, all the RTX stuff, versus a GT7 replay. You know, there's a difference between normal gameplay on both. I'm sure you would agree. And replay mode is often the time where they just whack everything up to max and go nuts. And that might
and
be
also it's going to depend. The
differentiator.
time of day and the track is going to really change for Forza, because they have full time of day, full weather sims. Like they have, there will probably be times where, I mean, you can look at this footage I'm playing from Gran Turismo 7 right now. It looks like dog shit. It really depends on the time of day, the weather, the light. You know, like this doesn't.
I think a lot of the clips you're referencing, Nick, are definitely in replay mode. Versus,
like I'm just jumping into.
No, they're not. I haven't been referring to replay mode.
But I'm looking at this. It doesn't look anything substantially more amazing than.
It's gonna really depend.
Yeah, but that's
on
because.
the time of day and
But that's because the model itself isn't that good. And like I said, the Forza Motorsport models and everything are better. But this lighting just makes look at that.
Yeah.
Mark.
Well, has
The
Forza
lighting
Motorsport got a movie, Nick? Directed by Neil Blomkamp. Has it? With David Harbour in it. And Orlando Bloom.
Is Neil Blomkamp directing Gran Turismo 7? Gran Turismo movie?
I think so.
Blomkamp? No.
Yeah, I think so.
See, look at that. The lighting just looks so good, like when he goes under a tunnel, and it's all pre-baked lighting, but it looks
Neil Blomkamp.
so good.
It is him.
Yeah, it's Neil Blomkamp.
Neil Blomkamp is directing Gran Turismo.
From Halo to Gran Turismo, the movie.
No way.
Thrilling.
I saw a trailer for that at Spider-Man when I went and I watched Amazing Across the Spider-Verse, by the way, so we can do it on our next movie episode.
Can you also watch Indy 5? Because I watched that last night, and that's the other one I want to do. Go watch Indy 5.
Watch Indy 5.
Dude.
No, we're going to talk about it. You wanted me to watch Across the Spider-Verse for the podcast, and I watched Across the Spider-Verse. So the next episode we're going to do is Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, and
I'm not doing Indiana Jones as well.
It's going to be both. We do 2 movies every time.
No, new movie, old movie.
And
So I've watched Across the Spider-Verse. We can talk Across the Spider-Verse.
Okay. Anyway.
See, that's Forza now you're showing, isn't it?
And John and I will talk about Indy.
Look how meh it looks. The lighting is just... It may be real-time global, blah, 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 but to me, that just does the game 0 favors.
And then they start going towards the sun and it looks better. But yes.
It just does the game no favors.
Just wait until the actual game comes out, because now is when they finalize everything. And every time, you can even look at like look at the Avengers demo that came out a month before launch, and then look at the Avengers game, and it's freaking night and day. So in the end, whenever I see something early anymore, I'm just like, I don't care.
No, I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. It looks like a video game. I just know I'm looking at a video game.
I know that every time with Gran Turismo. That's why I can agree they've got a different style of lighting in Gran Turismo that can look better in certain situations, but I never look at Gran Turismo and think that's real outside of very specific replay modes.
I get it. Everything else about Forza looks better. Everything else. The detail in the models. Look at the environments. They're much better. The textures. It's all better. All of it. But that lighting, man. It just... Yeah,
Can we stop him now? Can we stop him and move on to the next subject before this becomes a 30-minute tangent about lighting?
I didn't start it.
I'm finishing it. I'm finishing it. Right.
No, you started it, Jesse.
I said you picked it up. I didn't say you started it.
Let's talk about FTC versus... Let's talk about it.
Because we're going day by day.
May as well just called it Sony versus Microsoft. You may as well just called it Jim Ryan versus Microsoft.
Before we do, we're going to do the same structure we did, right? So we're going to talk through day 3.
We tried to, but Nick wouldn't do.
Right, and we'll try and keep Nick in check and avoid him jumping ahead. We'll talk about day 5 and closing arguments, and then we'll talk about what we think is going to happen next. So we're going to do this carefully, but before we do chat, please hit that like button. If you're not subscribed to XboxEra, click that button too.
We also had another member join.
If you like what we do, head to patreon.com/XboxEra, where you can support us directly or become a YouTube member. We don't mind. Prefer Patreon though. Love you guys.
Patreon has the best split. So Patreon's cool.
Patreon has the best, and you get access to the super secret Cool Kids Club on the XboxEra Discord.
You do in YouTube as well,
and the XboxEra forums. Yeah, YouTubers too. You get access. So make sure you link your accounts and join discord.gg/Xbox.
We did have another renewal notice from Radosky for YouTube membership as well.
Radosky, another YouTube member.
Yeah, he got his renewal message out.
Yeah. Hey guys, too bad we will not get that exclusive Christmas Jimbo
Christmas
skin in
Jimbo
COD
skin.
after the acquisition.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
We'll get to that point, but I have to imagine we only got to see public, and obviously there was way more redacted and sealed stuff, and I bet you they have to have brought up just the unbelievable amount of exclusive content that Sony has paid for COD for the past near decade.
Yeah. Now, we're going to go through it. Day 3. Nick, there's links in our show notes if you want to have a read through, so we're not jumping ahead too much. Day 3, the highlights. This was Jim Ryan. This was all of our economic witnesses and talking about foreclosure models from the FTC. And this got very interesting. So Jim Ryan, he was a video deposition. So he didn't show up. He was too busy holding Kojima's hand.
Piss week. Piss week.
Okay.
Didn't even want to be live by video, nothing, because you didn't want anyone to counter him or whatever.
He didn't want to be under direct, did he?
Here's my video. Take it or leave it. Grow a pair, Jimbo.
But the first person up on the stand was Microsoft's VP of Gaming and Business Development, which was Laurie Wright. And they used some previous testimony from the Apple versus Epic trial, I believe, because it pertains to the same case, or to the current case, I should say. And that was focusing very much on defining Nintendo and the Switch as a competitor to Xbox and obviously PlayStation by definition. Does
Jesse know that he's actually on the show right now?
Yeah, I think he's obviously got an emergency. So let's not worry about it. Let's not bring it up. And that's that whole Switch. What is it? Is it Gen 8? Is it Gen 9? Is it a competitor? Is it not? This was a bone that the FTC wouldn't drop. So she did her thing. You know, there was a lot of cross back and forth, but it was really Jim Ryan's testimony. It just was so crazy. I mean, let's talk through some of the crazy stuff he admitted to, right? He didn't have any problems with the fact that Microsoft made Redfall and Starfield exclusive.
Apparently.
No problems.
I'm not happy, but it's not anti-competitive.
That's a pretty good.
What
Jim
accent
Ryan
was that?
It's a Jim Ryan accent where he cuts off his words pretty quickly. He doesn't have a super deep London accent, you fucking wanker.
That almost sounded like...
I don't like it.
Almost sounded South African or something.
I don't like it, but I do not see it as anti-competitive.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a South African switch.
It was a bit of South African. I'm like, what is that accent?
You all sound the same to us Americans.
Yeah, okay.
If I was going to do a Jim Ryan impression, it would be, I don't like it, but I don't view it as anti-competitive. Yeah. That's a Jim Ryan.
I haven't heard his
but you're
voice
accurate.
enough
I'm trying to be
able...
funny.
Oh, okay.
I haven't heard his voice. I haven't heard his voice enough to judge. Yourself?
You haven't?
No, I haven't. But man, like
freaking.
For me, this whole thing is just Anyway, keep going on the track you were on.
Yeah, it's fine. We will get into it. Don't worry, Nick. You'll get plenty of opportunity to kind of
jump around and constantly pull us out of the list we're going down.
But look, so the big bombshells as well out of that was obviously we've heard a lot over the last 18 months about how Sony fundamentally opposed the deal. They've been touring Brussels. They've been speaking to regulators. But apparently it comes to light that Phil reached out on the day of the announce and they had no issues. An email was released where he publicly said, well, not publicly, privately said to his colleague, and I believe this is his team or his mentor. I think it's Chris Deering was his previous CEO, SEO, whatever. It's not an Xbox. Shall I do a Jim Ryan voice? It is not. I can't do it. It's not an Xbox exclusivity play at all. They're thinking bigger than that, and they have the cash to make moves like this. I've spent a fair amount of time with both Phil, Bobby over the past day, and I'm pretty sure we'll continue to see Call of Duty on PlayStation for many years to come. All right, so this is in January, right? Okay, cool. No worries. And his colleague, his mentor, said this deal would cement Microsoft as a player in mobile games. It strikes me more of a king play than Call of Duty. The hilarious thing here is about a comment about "Don't worry about our baby" or something like that when referring to PlayStation.
We'll be fine. We got a lot cooking.
Our baby.
We got stuff cooking. Our baby's gonna be.
Yeah, he talked about. We've got some great stuff cooking.
And a few days later, they announced Bungie. Yeah.
Another 5 memberships from Faisal.
Oh my God, Faisal, love you.
Wow.
God Emperor Sofa King got one. What a name.
God Emperor Sofa King. I love it.
I still don't have one.
Thank God.
I don't have one either.
I do.
Terrible.
I don't have one.
Wow. But yeah, so this gets super interesting, and the big bombshell here is later on in August, suddenly it's a problem. And I'm trying to find, and Jesse, if you can find it, I want the actual email where what Phil was asking for.
It's what Jim was
asking for from Phil.
Oh, I know exactly what it was, but yeah.
Oh my God, I was reading some of that stuff that Jim was demanding, and I'm like,
his demands.
For real?
So it's funny because the FTC were saying, well, the contract Xbox doesn't work. Did you see what they were offering versus what Sony wants? Because obviously they were so constantly focused, and I feel like I'm an expert on this now because I watched so fucking much of it. Listened to so much of it, I should say. There was no video, but so they gave him
We had video.
The thing that came out was Sony right now it's either 80-12 because they said 80, then cut off when they weren't supposed to say 80, an 80-12, an 80-20 split, or it's actually the rumor had been 88-12 split. So it's one of those two. Xbox is offering 70-30, so they'll go back.
Really?
Yeah, because they're like
go 90-10. Go 90-10.
They know Call of Duty matters for getting this deal done because it's all regulators looked at because Sony cried about it. So they're like, fine, and it comes up on another day on what they'll need to do to make up that loss. It's actually not that crazy. So they were talking, we'll go back, we'll give you full feature parity. You get 70-30, you get a better split. It's a better deal for you in the end. And Jim was like, no, I want to keep what we have now, which is all their exclusive shit. I want every Bethesda game. I want every Activision and Blizzard game. Those were his terms for signing this deal. A deal they don't need. Microsoft can keep using their regular Activision's publisher agreement and just putting the game out. But Jim says, I will not sign this 10-year deal unless I get every Bethesda game now, unless I get every Activision game, unless I keep all my exclusive content along with that 70-30 split. If Microsoft was to give into that,
man, like seriously.
Well, we found out that there's no chance.
Weak.
Like Phil literally was saying, never.
And that's the point. August 22nd, 2022. That's the point where the conversation just stops. And I'm
an alarming email.
Yeah, he was alarmed by that email. What do you mean we can't have every Bethesda game and maintain exclusivity on betas and
Call of Duty and stuff
and modes? What do you mean? How is this unreasonable?
What a wanker!
What the fuck?
That's fine, but the thing is, from what we've seen, there was no negotiating back and forth. Like, I understand the old negotiating tactic of ask for everything, knowing they're not going to give you everything to get to a more realistic middle ground. But apparently when Phil was like, well, no, I'm not going to give you all that stuff, that was it. There was no...
Yeah, because Jim had said, I don't want your deal. I want to block your deal. So his response is essentially, no, I don't want your deal to happen. Because I'm going to ask for it. And then the FTC...
take a bag of dog shit and light it on fire and put it on his front door and ring the doorbell.
I think it hurt with the CMA because the CMA then dropped the console SLC. But the FTC stuck with it and their entire goddamn case was still very stupidly about losing Call of Duty on PlayStation as being this unbelievably damaging thing. Even at which point, we'll get to it later, didn't seem to work well for them. And no one is like, it's just Call of Duty. It's not the biggest money. It's not even the biggest grosser every year. Like, other games make more money than Call of Duty does.
I can't remember which day it was. It may have been day 3 or day 2. I can't even remember. But like, I remember listening in on it, and I don't know which day it was, and I did not hear the word consumer once. The whole thing was Sony and PlayStation and Call of Duty. I did not like. These regulators, like, they're so...
We'll hit it. We can hit it very hard on the final day because it comes back up.
Yeah.
I would say to me that the CMA and the FTC have completely lost sight of what they're there for.
I would say that I think the judge kind of agreed with you.
The judge did?
We will hit it hard in the final day. Yeah.
Yeah, that final day when the judge was like...
and you we'll get
there. We'll get there.
I was like, oh my God, yes, thank you.
So we know that Sony doesn't actually think it's an exclusivity play. So the real reason they're blocking the deal from their perspective, and they're making all these objections and hoo-ha, is because they're losing their exclusivity, even though they'll be making more money on Call of Duty. According to the new terms, they're losing their exclusive betas and skins and modes and whatever else they like to keep locked off from the rest of the industry. And
their exclusive Christmas skins.
They wanted Call of Duty to not be on Game Pass as part of that as well, Jesse. So it was
okay.
It was unfair if it's on Game Pass but not PlayStation Plus.
Yeah.
That's called competition. That's what competition is. But Sony just doesn't want...
That comes back around on the final day.
Yeah, I know, but that's what competition is, and Sony just doesn't want competition from someone with more money than them.
Pretty much.
That's all it is. It's the bully analogy I keep talking about. Picking on the bully all those years, not realizing that the kid they were picking on has millionaire parents.
Yeah, like I mean, look, for the sake of the chat, I've found the actual email around this that was sent to Phil Spencer from Jim Ryan.
Link me
on May 26th. So this is the email. I'm going to read this out. All right, I think this is crazy. Do you want the tweet so you can show it on screen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, if I'm not rate limited.
There you go. Yeah.
So small.
So it says, Phil, thanks for your email. We agree that ensuring Activision, you can tell this is written by a legal team. This is not written by Jim Ryan.
If it was written by Jim, there'd be mention of like cats and abortions and stuff.
No, it's the legal terms of putting Activision in quotes and stuff afterwards. We agree that ensuring Activision games are available on PlayStation is the right thing to do for gamers in the industry. However, Microsoft's original proposal did not fulfill this objective and left us with serious concerns that our counter proposal is designed to address. Far from being unusual, our counter proposal represents the minimum needed to respect gamers' interests and maintain competition.
Don't say gamers.
Brace yourself, Nicholas. This is going to get wild. We believe, I love this. I can just imagine him in front of the blue screen on a state of play. We believe in generations. We believe there are two fundamental principles that are critical to mitigating the potential negative impact to gamers from the Activision acquisition.
Gamers. Stop saying gamers.
The first principle is that the commitment to availability of Call of Duty. Absolute.
Is that
dickhead.
Nigel Mansell?
Absolutely. Honestly, this is the person that's running over my cats. I swear to God. Fuck.
We have people that do this in the middle of the night in our street too, and it drives me crazy.
That was Neil Blomkamp. He was sent over by.
I want to put spikes. I want to put spikes out in the street and just have them go.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna screw them. Anyway, we believe there are two fundamental principles. The first principle is that the commitment to availability of Call of Duty and other Activision games on PlayStation must be sufficiently broad to fully align with gamer expectations. To do the right thing for gamers, it is not enough to represent that a particular selection of older titles will remain on PlayStation. Rather, it is essential to agree that all Activision titles will be made available on PlayStation, irrespective of their original release dates or whether they could be classified as part of a particular franchise, just as they have been historically. And this commitment needs to be a lengthy one, not just a few years after the acquisition. Absolutely.
You know what?
Like,
I'm going to try and get in touch with Phil. I'm going to try and get in touch with Phil. And if I find out that Phil didn't ring Jim Ryan after this and tell him to go and get effed, I will be bitterly disappointed in Phil. If I find out that he did not ring up Jim Ryan after that and tell him to go and shove it.
It's crazy. Anyway, the second principle, this is where it gets really nuts. The second principle is that in addition to addressing the scope of the content available on PlayStation, the parties' agreement must address the manner in which the games will be made available. If Activision games are made available only on terms that are disadvantageous for PlayStation in comparison with other platforms, chat, where he's going with this is Game Pass. This would be tantamount to not making them available on PlayStation at all. As one example, making Activision games available on PlayStation after those games have been made available on Xbox would be contrary to the spirit of Microsoft's commitment to keep Activision games on PlayStation, as well as being unsatisfactory for gamers. With these principles in mind, let me briefly address the contours of our counter proposal. The first term of our proposal is designed to advance the first principle stated above, i.e., this is such a load of British waffle. Like, I'm reading this, I'm like, I mean, it's word salad, folks. Satisfying gamer expectations.
Word diarrhea.
By ensuring that all Activision games are available on PlayStation. Please note that the reference to price parity relates specifically to the wholesale price on which PlayStation is offered Activision titles for resale on the PlayStation Store. The second term of our proposal is designed to advance the second principle described above. Unequal treatment of Activision games in subscription services would lead to unequal availability of the games. As long as you agree to the fundamental principle, Activision games should not receive unequal treatment on the party's subscription services, we are open to further discussing the details of how this might be accomplished. The third term of our proposal simply recognizes the reality that upon completion of the acquisition of Activision, it would not seem to make logical sense for the financial, marketing, and other arrangements previously negotiated between SIE and Activision to continue to apply in the post-acquisition world. We believe this common sense step is in the benefit of both Microsoft and SIE. So that to me seems to say we won't market, we won't have the other arrangements we've negotiated for COD. That's what that reads to me. So he's saying 70-30 split, all games.
We won't market your game.
and no putting them on subscription unless you put them on PlayStation Plus 2. And this comes out of nowhere. Regarding Bethesda, I was making a general point during our discussion that equal treatment of Bethesda games would be a logical subject for the parties to discuss, but if it involves the same concerns of availability and or unequal treatment of Activision games, we'd welcome discussing this subject as part of an agreement. Blah, blah, blah. If you agree with these terms, we can be finalised following negotiations with the teams. Phil did respond. Jim, thanks for your response. As stated to you in my emails and our calls, Sony is an important distributor of Activision content. We'd like to find a way to maintain that relationship once we've closed. I stand behind the written agreement with my signature memorializing our commitment to Sony. This agreement would keep all existing Activision console titles on Sony, including future versions in the Call of Duty franchise or any other current. This is clever wording from Mr. Spencer, people. Listen carefully.
He does it all the time.
Current Activision franchises. Current Tony Hawk, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. Current Activision franchises on Sony through all the way to December 31st, 2027.
Doesn't say Blizzard in there.
Doesn't say Blizzard. This includes content and feature parity. He finalized, it's hard to align to the principles of your email set out, the previous one I read out, with Sony's leading role in the market. As I said before, we believe that keeping these titles on Sony, as we did with Minecraft, is the right thing for the industry and for gamers. So he feels clever here. He's saying, look, I'll give you some of this. I ain't giving you the whole kitchen sink here. Like,
kit and caboodle.
If my new 70 billion acquisition comes up with some absolutely bonkers new IP that's never been out on your console, well, Jimbo, my friend, you can go fuck yourself. This is my console exclusive, my PC exclusive. Suck it up. That is some pretty crazy shit. The rest of it for day 3, we had the FTC.
I'm telling you, if they manage to close this deal straight away, I want them to change the terms of that agreement and make it so that Jim just refuses to sign, right? And then once the existing licensing agreement for Call of Duty expires, and Sony hasn't signed a new one,
Doesn't matter.
they can say, well, guys,
Doesn't
what do you mean
matter.
it doesn't matter?
They don't
Yes, it
need
does.
that. They don't need that agreement to publish
Yes,
the
they
game.
do. Without a licensing agreement, you legally
They
can't
have a
put the game
general
on
publishing
PlayStation.
agreement. That's
Yeah,
all
so
they need.
That's bullshit.
No,
This
they-
is important, Nick. No,
It's true, Nick.
Jesse is right.
They
They
talked about it
have,
a
and they
lot.
talked about this in the trial. They have, and because one of the FTC's points was, and I think this was on day 4, might have been beginning of day 5. They talked about, well, how come you didn't do a study about how difficult it would be to publish games on the Switch? And Microsoft were like, we have a general publishing agreement. We don't need to ask permission.
yeah,
We
they
already
just-
have a
they
general
let-
agreement.
You let the platform know you're doing it. You already have the publishing agreement. So you don't need a special one. They've already got it. Activision will already have that in place. It won't go away with the acquisition. So there's nothing legally to stop them. So then it would be perjury to not put the game on there because they said they would.
I don't know.
Now,
They
this
do.
is what
They
why
do.
I am interested
I'm
in.
going to
is
ask some questions and look into this.
if Sony doesn't sign the 10-year deal, so nothing else is agreed apart from Call of Duty and perhaps existing franchises, and that's all.
That deal was
Microsoft
actually
offered.
not 10 years. That deal was through 2027 that he
Well, I think this
But
is
there's a newer
different.
one,
Like
yeah.
they've definitely offered 10 years now,
Mhm.
right? It's parity with everybody else.
Yeah.
But if Sony refused to sign it, so Nvidia have signed it, Ubiquitous has signed it, Boosteroid have signed it, and all of these.
They're not even helping
People
Americans.
outside
That got very xenophobic, didn't it?
Does this
Yeah.
help Americans?
What country is this? Don't even know where they're
What
based.
country is this? Do you even know where Ubitus is based? Do you
It's
even know where? Do you know
those-
what country they're based? I'm like, oh my god, why does this matter?
Because it's America and we think of America first, and the fact that
Yeah.
Nvidia's thing is the American deal doesn't matter. But
But that's what
I know it's
And
just it's you're talking to people who don't understand any of this and how any of it works, and so most of this trial was just trying to teach them the most basic shit about video gaming.
Yeah, and that was another part of Jim Ryan's testimony, right? Was about how, if Activision are owned, we won't send dev kits, and I'm like, this only really applies the beginning of a gen. Like, I can understand not wanting to send your PlayStation 6 dev kits before the PlayStation 6 exists because it gives
Obviously.
Microsoft a peak.
And
Totally understand it.
I gotta stop making fun of ZDocs because I think we know now why there is no Xbox Series version of Minecraft.
Because there is
Why?
no
Because
PlayStation
there is
version
no
of Minecraft.
PlayStation version, and they know that shit will bite them in the ass. Because it was asked repeatedly by the FTC, why is there, and there's no PlayStation 5 native version of Minecraft, is there? It's like, well, we didn't get the shit in time. It's not worth it to go back now. That was kind of the
Yeah.
answer that Phil gave. It's like, we didn't get
the PS4 version runs.
Yeah,
But they
wouldn't
have
get,
dev kits now.
but they said it wouldn't. It's not worth the return on investment to go back, do all the work, and get it ready now. That was Phil's answer. The versions are already there, working, making money, and I think these systems cannot run them with ray tracing. They simply aren't
Yeah.
strong enough. Path tracing is insane on how I've got a friggin' John and I have over $1,000 GPUs, and if you're not using FSR or DLSS, you're getting 20 frames per second with path
Yeah,
tracing
it's
on.
not a great experience unless you're using other methods.
So even
But
if they
then-
could
and-
make it work on Xbox, if they can't make it work on PlayStation, then they're not going to do it.
The rest of day 3 was a lot of economics talk. So we had the FTC's economist who, this guy got cooked on the stand, right?
Oh, is that Dr.
Even by
Lee?
the judge,
Was that
Dr.
Dr.
Robin
Lee?
Mhm. Poor guy.
He was arguing that the FTC's definition of consoles only includes this high-performance sector, which only consists of the Xbox Series X and S and Sony's PlayStation
Generation
5.
9 consoles.
And the broader market includes the Switch, right? He got cooked, right? I think, Jesse, you listened to a lot of this direct.
He
I listened
didn't
to some
have
of the audio.
any hard. So there were two, and the other one, Dr. Bailey, was the next day, I think.
Beth Wilkin. No, the lawyer was Beth Wilkinson.
Yeah,
I
Beth
think the
Wilkinson
other-
was their star lawyer who, but Dr. Elizabeth Bailey was Microsoft's
Yes,
version.
that's the one.
So the thing with Dr. Lee is he had no hard numbers, and we'll get into it a lot in the in day 5 at the end. His his inability to give an because he said he believes there will be a 20% shift of people that go from that are hardcore COD gamers that will shift. He never said what it was. In this day, he never said where that 20% came from. Microsoft hammered him about what that 20% was. He didn't have hard numbers. He didn't have facts. He had most of what the FTC had, which was feelings, potentials, and guesstimates.
Hypotheticals.
None in Xbox hired one guy, Dr. Carlton, who they yelled at the FTC. How come he didn't look at all these things? It was like, well, because Dr. Lee didn't look at all these things in the end. Because Dr. Lee just looked at a very specific set of numbers. Because the way I feel, and I don't want to impugn the integrity of the FTC, but the way I feel about it, it appears that the FTC had a conclusion, block this. And they worked backwards from that on how can we block this.
100%.
So
That's
all
what it
of
feels
his
like.
facts and figures were designed, to me, it would appear, again, no libelous slander here. It would appear to me that it was potentially the fact that he was looking to find a way to give numbers that could trick the judge.
Yeah.
Because
And
the
Beth
next
Wilkinson,
day, didn't they actually look at some real numbers?
That's
Yeah,
all. We'll get into Dr. Bailey. She was nothing but actual hard numbers.
Yeah, and there was a bit like Beth Wilkinson did crucify Dr. Lee because there was this 15% threshold that, if it was crossed would ultimately mean, well, okay, Microsoft actually gets a negative return on the investment they've made. And that's why COD has to remain on PlayStation, because otherwise they wouldn't be financially viable. It wouldn't be solvent for
all
them.
his numbers were about if the incentive for Xbox to make Call of Duty exclusive. He was trying to figure out, would it be incentivized? And then he came up. I think he pulled out of his ass numbers that would back up that premise instead of having real world information to back up that premise. Because the FTC, much like the CMA, were looking, potentially, maybe, we'll see. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
They were looking for reasons to block this.
100%. We've got a couple of super chats, Nick.
Yeah. Mr. The hell? Mr. XSS Homoroxxx with a $5 super chat. Unless Sony blocks it, Microsoft should still release COD on PlayStation and keep the franchise as the multi-plat behemoth it currently is. Makes Xbox more dollars.
That's their plan.
I disagree.
Yeah, and that
They can't not now, Nick. They can't not. They
And I'm
have
just
to.
saying I disagree. I know they can't not now. I'm just saying I disagree. I think Microsoft should just drill them. I know they won't.
They're
I'm just saying that's what I think they should do.
even if we wanted it, like a lot of the testimony we didn't get to hear because it was almost all the financial stuff was sealed, but like they're still a company within Microsoft. They're not it's not like an umbrella and then all these things go together.
In fighting fire with fire. Sony are pricks, so I don't know why Microsoft can't be pricks.
Microsoft's version of being a prick is, okay, you're renting this stuff for free. It's Batman at the end of friggin' Batman versus Superman or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, Batman versus Jesus Christ, Justice League. The end of Justice League where he's like, I bought the bank to get rid of your deal you owed. Instead of just like Sony would borrow money to pay off the loan, Microsoft comes in and buys the bank, which is, you can't make this shit exclusive anymore. You can't fuck us over. We'll be nice because we messed up and we're real assholes for decades. And we are under the tiniest, strongest microscope imaginable with world governments. So we know where we can play our game. And that's, we pretend to be unbelievably nice. We do all the right stuff. Obviously, it's capitalism. We're trying to make money. But we're never going to be outright pricks as much as we would freaking love to, as you can tell from a lot of those Matt Booty emails that we talked about last week. And even then, his friggin'
competitive.
He wants to be competitive. He doesn't want to be a dick, and his whole friggin' we can outspend Sony into bankruptcy or whatever he said wasn't even that. It was more...
He didn't say that. He said they're in a unique position to be able to if they wanted to.
And his actual position was he doesn't want to become big Sony. It's very funny how that took off, because he was saying, I don't just want to do what Sony does and buy exclusivity. I don't want to rent. We can own, and then we never have to worry about it again. We don't have to keep negotiating or overpay.
Yep.
One of my favorite exchanges was, and I forgot this, I'm going to kind of go back.
I'm with you, Radosky. I'm with you.
one of the best exchanges between Ryan and Beth Wilkinson, Microsoft's lawyer. Microsoft, do you think it would be better if Microsoft kept Activision games on PlayStation? Jim Ryan, yes, I do. Microsoft, do you believe it's in Microsoft's best interest to make Activision games available on multiple platforms? Ryan, no, I don't agree with that. Okay, so if you were running Xbox, Mr. Ryan, would you recommend making Call of Duty and other Activision games exclusive to Xbox and PC? That's a hypothetical question, and I don't wish to answer. Microsoft's lawyer, you have to answer. You don't get to not answer. I don't have enough knowledge to answer that question. You little
What a slime ball. What a slime ball. You know what that means? If Sony bought Activision, guess what would happen to Call of Duty?
You know, you say that if they were in a position to do it, but even like they weren't in a position to do that with Bungie. They would, they wanted to do it badly. Microsoft was in a position to buy Bungie far more easily than them, but Microsoft does want things to be exclusive. If Marathon was an Xbox game, it'd be exclusive. But Sony's not in that position. They don't actually have the money or the clout to push. They can do it more easily with Japanese companies, but with Bungie, they just have to give it and say, okay, we're going to buy you. But yeah, fine, you can be everywhere. That's in your contract. You're never
Bungie. I still think Bungie had the leverage in that negotiation.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. They never have the leverage over Activision.
Sony just wanted to buy something big, quick. So Bungie had all the leverage
something that
there.
keeps making money because their games don't, as we found out. Was that today or next day?
Yeah, which, once again, we've been trying to say for the longest time. Their games are expensive to make.
And not even that.
Their games are very expensive.
And they don't make... They are not even close to making the majority of Sony's revenue every year. Not even close.
No. It's their subscriptions and their Fortnite and COD money.
I can see the chat talking about the famous Jim Ryan quote of, I don't care about making a deal. I just want to block this transaction.
Yeah.
He was questioned on that. I'm just trying to find the specific bit. Where is it? Here he goes. Yeah. So he was said, I was talking to Bobby Kotick on February 21st, same day that Microsoft, Activision, Sony, and others were meeting with EU regulators. Now, the quote we'd heard was, I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I just want to block your merger. Jim Ryan confirmed the meeting, but he says this is what he said. I told him, Bobby Kotick, that I thought the transaction was anti-competitive and I hoped that regulators would do their job and block it. Which version do you think is more accurate?
The real one, Lulu's. Lulu's is the real one.
And then he goes on to actually say that the reason Kotick wanted to talk to Jim was because he wanted to cover himself with an extended Call of Duty deal with Sony in case the acquisition fell through. And a quote from Jim Ryan, what Bobby wanted to do was cover himself by extending the marketing collaboration between Sony and Activision in the event of the transaction not proceeding. Interesting, isn't it? I
wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised either. Bobby will probably cover both. But anyway, yeah, so Dr. Lee got grilled. One particular section that's quite amusing to me was obviously the FTC has this big focus on making the Switch not a thing, keeping it outside of the...
Oh my God, that's
the majority of
still embarrassing.
Yeah.
And
I love what the judge said about that on day 5.
Yeah, when the FTC moved on to focusing on Call of Duty on Xbox and PC, the judge herself intervened and was like, hang on a second, why won't people just switch to PC where they can play their games and get more value? And this is the exchange, right? I love this. So it says, Judge Corley, the Xbox Series S pricing, and this is so, she's a really smart lady. I've got to give it to her. Like, this is a very complex topic. If you're not in this industry or you don't live and breathe
Her
it, like
son works for Microsoft.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hopefully he's doing his job and keeping her abreast of what she needs to know.
But Judge Corley, she says the Xbox Series S pricing is closer to the Switch. Doesn't that mean it competes? And then Dr. Lee, there's the Series X and PS5, and the Series S is still in that market. So if you're thinking about a price increase on Series X, the customers who buy the X console, they are more likely to switch to the PlayStation 5 or to a Switch. So this decides the market definition. Evaluate a price increase on any of the products in the market. It doesn't even answer her question.
He never answered it. He was unbelievably evasive on everything outside of his prepared segment with the FTC, where they're just going back over the things they've already talked about a bunch. But that was, I think that was a huge difference. and it really ended up mattering in the end, is he never gave a direct answer on any difficult question. And then the next economist, both of the next ones from Xbox, gave very direct answers.
Yeah, and like the only other person that appeared on day 3 was the NVIDIA rep, which was Phil Eisler, who runs the GeForce Now team. So this was another deposition video. They called NVIDIA as a witness in a 9-minute video, and it flew by.
It was much longer. It was also the same thing with Jim. Jim had been interviewed, I think Rebecca Valentine said, based on the timestamps, for a day and a half, but we only heard a tiny portion of it. And then the same thing seemed to happen with the NVIDIA guy. It was well over a day, and then he came back later after they signed the deal, and we only got a very small amount of time. Yeah.
And the nutshell was, during the beta, we worked with Activision, we worked with Microsoft, we had a number of games, and then we took them off, and they bullied him a bit about Matt Booty recommending that we take all of our first-party stuff off.
The beta was free. No one paid anything to NVIDIA. You were just using their hardware without giving anyone any money, but you had to own the game. So companies were like, that's fine. NVIDIA's not making anything off of us, so it's okay. And then the beta ended without warning, and they started charging for using that hardware without getting the okay from any publishers to do that. And that's why Matt Booty was so mad. He's like, what the They didn't actually come to us, say this is ending, and work out a deal to get our games to be on the service that now actually costs money.
Yeah, so they're making money from our stuff for free. And that's not okay in the business world. But anyway, the nutshell, the big quote from Eisler at the end of the day was, this agreement entitles us to the content provided the transaction completes on the Activision side. We've already begun working with Microsoft to onboard their first-party titles, so we're confident it will solve our concerns. So NVIDIA now on board, not against the transaction. They were, now they're not.
They got two things out of it.
Yeah. Then we had the other economist, Elizabeth Bailey, get called to the stand, an expert on antitrust, competition policy, and intellectual property issues. And the big stance from Microsoft here was that Call of Duty is not a unicorn, right? And she used lots of phrases: essential, critical, a must-have game. It's not a unicorn. And basically ripped apart this Dr. Lee's market analysis. It was too narrow. And actually, the merger is going to expand the reach of content, which is both what Microsoft and even the European Commission themselves have said, thanks to the cloud deals that they've
and the European
pushed
Commission,
Microsoft to do.
European Commission will litigate and ensure that those deals are held to, which is another big thing the FTC kept going on. Well, these deals you didn't run the numbers.
Anything. No, like the FTC kept basically indicating that they don't think Microsoft will honor any of these deals, and the judge is like,
that was early on where they were pushing,
why wouldn't they?
These contracts don't really mean anything, and the judge was like, are you saying contracts don't mean anything? Because that would mean every contract signed ever doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about?
The judge is like, why do you think they're just not going to honor these deals? Like, it just got farcical at times. Like, some of the stuff I was hearing was actually like, I'm just like, what's this guy's Resetera account? I need to find out which Resetera poster from the PlayStation OT it is.
Even Resetera was just like, this is a joke. What is the FTC saying? He's more a NeoGAF or an Icon era poster.
Yeah, either way, it was. I think Dr. Bailey overall was very compelling, and I think the judge was much more communicative with her, asked a lot of questions.
Less combative questions. She was going at Dr. Lee way more than she was just talking with Bailey and seeming happy, more like she was with Sarah Bond, who at one point she was like, I was at the very end, owing into day 5. But yeah, she was very happy with Dr. Bailey. Yeah,
absolutely. So then we hit day 4, right?
Wait, that was all day 3?
That was all day 3. Madness. Day 4 was the CEO. So this is Bobby Kotick. This is Satya Nadella. And this is when all of the paperwork got leaked. So we saw all of the acquisition targets. We saw how much it cost Sony to develop Forbidden West and Last of Us. $200 million.
$200 million. And that doesn't. I don't think that includes marketing. This is why Sony will eventually go day 1.
And I think people didn't realize, like, even Forbidden West. Forbidden West. Oh, they did a sequel. It came out pretty quick. They started work on Forbidden West before Zero Dawn came out. Like Sony's looking for live service games because the unsustainable thing is not Game Pass. The unsustainable thing is AAA scope that they're pushing.
Quadruple A and Triple A, like, yeah, Sony's great at putting out these highly polished, big, grand narrative action adventure games, but these games are ridiculously expensive to make, and they take a long time. That's why now Sony's in their little lull, where all they've got is Spider-Man before Wolverine and whatever else comes out. Like, it's not what Sony's doing is not sustainable, especially with the amount of studios they have. It's just not sustainable, and it's so expensive. And again, taking away God of War, which is more the exception to the rule, most of these games don't make a ton of money for Sony. That's why they had to cling on to COD so much. And
even
all this
Spider-Man was one, but then they've got to give a bunch of money to Disney. It's not theirs.
Yeah. There isn't as many bombshells, I think, on day 4. Like, Nadella was pretty competent on the stand. Understandably, he's the CEO of Microsoft.
Him explaining cloud and how it's not just cloud gaming, like the FTC kept trying to say. It's the entire backbone and infrastructure of how all of this works on anything online. Yeah. And him also putting himself at the risk of perjury, stating, we will not take Call of Duty away from PlayStation. Under oath.
Under oath. Yeah, 100%. No issues. He did talk a little bit because FTC were very, very keen to try and talk about how, people are going to sign up and play and stop buying consoles, stop buying PlayStation because they can play on cloud. And, as a cloud guy himself, because that's one of the big things he's done at Microsoft, he was quoted as saying, I don't think of it as a strictly substitute for the console. I mean, at least the market feedback to date has been people love consoles, love their PCs, love their phones, and they simply use cloud gaming as an adjunct. Yeah, so as a feature, as an additional... Did you hear the
judge on that?
Yeah.
I found her response to that odd. She was like, that's where it's going. Like, DVDs aren't a thing anymore. And it's like, yes, they are. DVDs are still outselling Blu-rays, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's also
DVD
very American
is still
focus.
Very much a thing.
And the focus here is streaming. But also, her job in the end is to be immediate harm. So even if she thinks something in the end, in the future, in the long term, might go some way, if it's not immediate, like before their friggin' August case,
but a PI is only meant to be granted if there's immediate harm that needs to be prevented. Harm. Correct?
Yes, it's something to stop something that is irreversible, and they're still limited integrating too. So even if eventually this does get overturned and they have to split, it's a lot easier to do because they're not fully integrated and doesn't mean a ton of people have already lost their jobs. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that was interesting. One of the other big quotes that everyone picked up on was Nadella said, I'd love to get rid of the entire exclusive on consoles business, but that's how the industry works. And we're defined as a low share player because the market is defined by Sony's success. So the takeaway is Sony do exclusives. Well, everybody has to.
Yeah, that's been...
I love the way he said that. He's like, I don't give a crap about exclusives. I wish they'd go away. And people are like, he's just being a fake Mr. Nice Guy. No, he's not. Satya Nadella is the one that came in and upended everything that Balmer
you,
and
as a
Gates
Mac
had established.
guy, gained a ton from Satya Nadella.
Yeah, like Satya Nadella came in and was like, no, put Microsoft stuff everywhere. And then Office 365 is on Mac, and it's on tablets, and it's on phones, and it's on fridges. Satya Nadella is the put Microsoft everywhere guy. Like, if anyone is going to overrule Phil and be like, no, just put ABK's content all on PlayStation, it would be Satya.
Yeah.
Like, if anyone's going to do it, it would be Satya.
But Phil has convinced him, I wouldn't mind doing that if Sony wasn't so focused heavily on paying people to stay off our platform.
Aggressive about trying to muscle us out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like...
But yeah, after that we had Bobby Kotick.
I didn't hear any of Bobby's.
No one could hear him. He was
the audio was so bad.
He was very low and not talking into the mic, and it was driving me insane.
Yeah, he admitted that he felt it was a mistake to not publish anything on the Switch. He said he fucked up. That was his problem. The FTC kind of scored a point because he kind of admitted, yeah, I would look to have a
Switch
discussion with Nintendo on the next.
It would depend
platform.
on what their hardware is capable of, on if our main, like, it pretty much came down to saying, yes, I would like to, but I still need to know if their hardware is good enough to do it. For COD.
Yeah. And I think he said putting Call of Duty on a mobile phone would be like using a fridge as a safe. Was one of his quotes.
What?
Yeah.
But Call of Duty is on mobile.
No,
that's Call of Duty, like the
yeah.
actual.
Like
the
for
regular-
cloud streaming, because it's not built for a tiny little screen, so it doesn't work. And that's correct. And also, those games are so latency dependent that outside of Nvidia's claim about how it feels, where I would say GeForce, the best I felt it on G Cloud, was close to native, but in a shooter, it still doesn't feel like native. So
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah. And then that was pretty much it. I think they tried to get Dr. Bailey back in towards the end of the day on this one.
they finished up with her.
Yeah, but then day 5 was the CFO, I think Tim Stewart.
Yeah, he was the only one we heard from.
Am I right here?
I didn't hear him.
Yes, Tim Stewart.
Yeah, he got beaten up a little bit. This is the guy that said we want Bethesda titles to be first or better or best. And there was a little bit of an internal email chain was like, feels like, dude.
The day started.
It caused a lot of trouble.
The day started with Amy Hood giving a statement, being there,
Yeah, but they
and
chose
them
not
choosing,
to cross.
Yeah, so that they could have more time with Tim Stewart, because her stuff was very much. No one ever came to me ever intimating that they wanted to make Call of Duty exclusive. They never asked. It was never in any of their deal models. And Tim Stewart was hit a lot about what his deal models looked at, and the big thing was how his deal models didn't look at the benefits for them from the Nintendo and cloud deals that they signed.
Yeah.
But why is what Tim Stewart said so bad?
It wasn't.
We
It was
wanted to
fine.
be first, better, best. Like, I don't understand this. Through this whole FTC trial, why is it so wrong for Microsoft to want any
Especially
kind
'cause
of benefit out of this
It was about
deal?
Bethesda, which was weird that they were harping. They were trying to use anything said about Bethesda as an indicator of potential ideas for where Activision was going, and I don't think they sold that because Microsoft never said the same things and has signed deals and sworn under oath to not do that.
Yeah. It was interesting conversation to say the least, but
I like that the final statements were done like a debate. I like that.
I wasn't a big fan of the final statements
It's what
because
she
I felt
wanted.
like
It is what the judge wanted.
I felt like it was the FTC that hogged most of the time.
I know that's the part I found weird. Microsoft did not jump in at all.
You know
although
why
the judge
that
did a lot
was.
of the jumping in for them.
You know why that is because she didn't have the same questions for them. She didn't need that stuff from them. She was grilling the FTC very hard on so people had said, "Oh, she talked about the before the break where she was like, you're going to talk about your 3 markets." People were like, "Oh, she's agreeing there's 3 markets." Says, no. She wanted them to define why they think there are 3 markets. And she systematically broke down seemingly why she didn't agree with any of that. And she
So are we on day 5 now or day 4?
Yeah, we're on
day 5.
I gotta update my thing.
Okay.
So we're doing the final things,
Yeah,
right? So key closing arguments from both parties.
Yeah.
And the judge.
I loved. Did you see how he tried to say that talk about the Switch and like talk shit about the Switch, and then she's like, "But the Switch is better because you can like play it anywhere, like take it with you." I was like, "Oh my god." She absolutely drilled me.
She used Phil's
the Switch
line.
isn't as good.
She used Phil's line about walking into a Best Buy and what you see on the shelf, and that's why they are a competitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my favorite line from
I just love
the
that. I
judge
thought it
was,
so good.
hang on, would we be sitting here if Sony signed a Call of Duty? If Sony had signed the deal, would we be even here? Would we even having this conversation?
No.
And she was tough. Like, and I have to admit, I missed. So Jesse, I'm going to defer to you a little bit here. I missed the actual statement. So did Microsoft actually make a statement of closing here, or was it more?
Microsoft is making a statement of closing in writing. They're both doing written closing statements. This closing statement was entirely the judge telling the FTC, "You need to sell me on what you said." He didn't. So, like to Microsoft, it was pretty much, "You'll get to jump in to defend yourselves, but I only need to hear from the FTC because I need them to prove what they said to me. And she grilled
If it was a
them
boxing
hard.
match, the FTC was like just doing this. Like they just kept trying to jab and jab and jab. And then every now and again, amongst all those little jabs, either the judge or Microsoft's lawyer, Beth, would just come in with a right hook or uppercut and be like, bang. Like just, there was a moment where they were talking about, so for starters, my brain still can't process the fact that the FTC lawyer was just going full-blown console war protecting Sony the entire time, which again,
not even
insane.
It
like,
wasn't.
think about this
so
logically.
I don't think it was protecting. I think it was they had so little and they understood the business so poorly that they just took whatever Sony said to them and ran with it, like the CMA did.
Like there was a moment where the judge stepped in because the FTC lawyer was going so hard on protecting Sony that he talked about harm to PlayStation or Sony, and the judge was like, "But we're not talking about harm to Sony. We're talking about harm to consumers."
And I think that was during Tim
like,
Stewart.
Oh,
so that was during Tim Stewart, and then what you're saying now, he came back. Or it might have been after a break in the closing arguments. He came back.
I heard that in the closing.
Yeah.
I heard that in the closing.
Yeah, she said, make sure you remember it's about consumers and not Sony. And then after they took a break, he came back.
He's like, yeah, well, there would be harm to consumers because, like, well, what if there was like a Christmas skin for Call of Duty and it was only on Xbox? That would be harmful to consumers because they have a choice. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's an actual. He's making actual console warrior Twitter forum posts in court. I'm just like, Tim Per 21, 5 memberships, yes.
Your friend Vinny got one, Joe.
Hey, Vinny got one. Talos got one. Sean T got one.
La
I still don't have one.
Yeah, good. But yeah, it's funny, his thing about exclusivity, when they literally said, we'll sign a deal saying you get full parity, no exclusive anything. But also, Microsoft can counter and say, Sony, and the judge already knows and brought it up, Sony has paid a lot for COD exclusivity items.
Well, that's where Beth jumped in.
Yeah.
Beth was like Sony does? Like, they were like, Sony does that. This is exactly what Sony... And I feel like Beth didn't jump in enough. Like, I know the judge was doing a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I feel like Beth didn't jump in enough to counter things. I feel
she
like
had to get the okay from the
there.
judge too. Like she had to be allowed in. The judge. So I took it as a positive for Microsoft, and I know people are like, why didn't Microsoft get to say anything? They get to give their entire thing written, which is what the judge is going over now. So their whole stuff is all written. They were already really late. They're supposed to be done like an hour and a half or something before this ended. They were going late. The judge just cared about the FTC's case because she didn't buy any of it. She didn't need to talk to Microsoft or hear from Microsoft outside of their written statement. I took it as because she just hadn't bought the FTC's thing, and the FTC are the litigators. They were the offense. So she needed the offense to try and explain to her just what do you mean with this?
There's a quote here from the FTC when they were first making their closing argument, and it's like, all the evidence is showing, Your Honor, that Call of Duty and AAA games in particular and some of the other Activision franchises drive gamers. The majority driver by far of the synergies from Microsoft comes from driving users to engage and join Game Pass because they understand the value of this content. You've also heard quite a bit about decisions involving ZeniMax. That evidence, Your Honor, is the evidence of Microsoft's incentive when it comes to valuable content. So, like, this is what blows my mind. This is the cut and thrust of the FTC's case, which is an SLC that the CMA
it's all
dropped,
on hypotheticals,
that
though.
the EU dropped. No one else in the entire regulatory world is pursuing the console harm SLC. No one is.
No one.
But the FTC were pushed into pushing for this PI because this is a very clever game from Microsoft here. They've pushed them into forcing their hand. Like, we're going to close because you haven't made a decision, and now the date's approaching. Oh shit, we better stop them from doing that. So we pushed the PI.
Did you see the judge? The judge called them out, saying, "Why have you waited so long? Why did you wait so long for this?"
Yeah,
like,
and the quote that you're asking about, Nick, the whole it's the not a harm. As the FTC were going through this, they did pointedly say out loud, you know, this would harm PlayStation and this would harm Sony. And she said, it's not the harm to Sony we care about, it's the harm to
That's right.
consumers.
Harm to consumers.
And she asked, would we even be here if Microsoft had an agreement with Sony for Call of Duty? And the FTC sheepishly, I think we should still have an investigation.
That was also, she brought up how, didn't you guys already win? Because when it went to cloud, and people are like, oh, maybe they'll get it on cloud. But first off, cloud isn't going to be immediate. She's talked about before, even when she said, well, eventually. And this PI has to be about immediacy. It's like, you've already won on cloud.
That's the only thing that I was funny on. Like, that's the only part.
But for her, Nick, it only matters if it's immediate. It doesn't matter if she says eventually. Because if it's,
I
10,
know that's
15,
how it's meant to work. But in the end, we're still talking about a human person. So the only part that had me a bit, oh, hold on, they may get their PI here.
Because the other thing she said, outside of just, yes, eventually it's all going to be the cloud, she said, but didn't you already win on the cloud? She literally said to them, didn't you already win? You've won on the cloud. They signed all these deals they would not have otherwise, including 2 with NVIDIA. NVIDIA not only gets all Activision and Microsoft games now, already started getting Microsoft games, and will eventually get Activision games that they're owned. They also got way better pricing on Windows licenses. And she's like, you guys won. Don't you take that as a win? And the very annoying voiced FTC guy was like, no, we don't take that as a win. There's still other things. Win.
They talked a lot about Microsoft gets to choose the winners and with this sort of thing. I mean, and Dr. Lee's terrible economic testimony came back up because the judge remembered, she was like, oh, one of the things that Dr. Bailey said, Microsoft's economics expert, said that 62% of all PlayStation owners don't even play Call of Duty. That's the majority, I couldn't believe that. People. So they're not going to miss it. And this is the quote. They're not going to miss it. The foreclosure won't affect them. So she was trying to draw a line. Like, okay, if Call of Duty is so important, well, there's the number. Like, there you go.
Yeah, because this is where... sorry.
Yeah, well, this is where the Dr. Lee testimony, where all of the basically pulled out of his ass facts and figures, bit them in the ass. Because I don't know if you were listening to this. You were, Jesse. I don't know if you heard this, Nick. The FTC, without Dr. Lee there, had to then try and explain all of these numbers. And they started referencing Dr. Lee's testimony, and the judge is like, that's not what I asked. And they were swapping lawyers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, I heard that.
Try and answer the question.
And he even phoned a friend.
Yeah, it was so painfully
because
awkward.
There was one number, the number that mattered for everything for his statistical model, which was destroyed by Dr. Carlton's testimony, which we glossed over a bit. They talked to Dr. Carlton. They were like, oh, well, you didn't look at any of the...
They tried to get that report thrown out. They really went out of their way to have Dr. Carlton's report thrown out.
And it took 2 seconds for Microsoft to counter it because they went over, well, you didn't look at this contract. You didn't look at this contract. You didn't look at this contract. You didn't look at any of the contracts. You quoted Tom Warren in The Verge. Why didn't you look at the contract? Then Microsoft comes up at the end and said, did Dr. Lee look at any of those contracts? No. I was just countering what Dr. Lee had looked at, and then that was it. It was like the FTC spent like an hour going over trying to discredit Dr. Carlton, and in the end, Microsoft walks up, super high-paid lawyer's like, yeah, but you were just countering what Dr. Lee looked at, right? And he said, yep, Dr. Lee did not look at those contracts either. And I was like, oh.
One of the other key exchanges, so, and again, this is a direct quote, the judge asking the FTC, what do you say, though, to Mr. Ryan, who said that Star whatever, there was nothing anti-competitive about Microsoft making that exclusive. Under what you just said to me, FTC, that is anti-competitive. So you're telling me making these games exclusive is anti-competitive, but Jim Ryan, the head of Sony, says it's not. And FTC said, I don't know the basis for why Mr. Ryan was less upset about that one than Call of Duty. And judge, this is the judge, and this may give you a small feeling to which way this is going to swing, because he does the same thing, is what she responded. Yeah. Jim Ryan, Sony, they do the same
I know.
thing.
On the surface, this looks like there's just no world where she grants the PI. I'm aware of that. On the surface, it's like no chance. It's just...
You never know, people. There's always...
You don't know. Yeah, you just never know. And the only thing that crept that little bit of doubt in my mind was where she was talking about DVDs in the future and how, well, no, cloud might end up being the way it's all done.
If she was the one looking at the overall whole case and not just this PI, I think it would matter more. Hey, look at that. From Randolph Thor 19.
Hold on. There's other super chats first.
There are?
You know, Rand doesn't get special treatment here because I don't
Oh, there
get
you go.
fucking special
Bam.
treatment there.
I see it.
There's other super chats like Faisal with another one. I think you're on to 20% of something there, Jesse, when we were talking about the
Oh, that was a while
20%
ago.
thing
I
earlier.
found it.
Then there's
Louis
Luis Cahigas. Xbox should ask for Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Nioh, Bloodborne, current and future Spider-Man, and FromSoft game stays multiplayer. Yeah, maybe that's what Phil goes, you know what? I agree with you, Jim. We'll put it all on there. ABK, Bethesda. Now, how about we get Spider-Man? How about we get Bloodborne? How about we get all those Square games? Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy
my God,
16.
Can you imagine?
Let's swap
Yeah,
games,
Returnal.
buddy.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Solid game.
Anyway, and then I think there's one more super chat from our
Yeah.
friend.
Someone already mentioned this, so Rand, even though I listened to some of Rand's show live while we were going, Rand didn't do the same for us. I was asked this earlier, so I figured this would be the right place to ask John and Jesse, what is bigger, the scope of Starfield or Nick's ego? We talked about it before, Rand.
We all voted Nick's ego. Maybe we
My
can get a
ego.
poll up. Can we get
I
a
was
poll up
just
on that,
thinking
Jesse?
Yeah, I will get
My
your poll
ego.
up and then give
It's
you a
much
fist.
Anyway, so the judge, I think, you know, you can definitely get an inference for
Less
how she
empty
was
space.
leaning.
Then Starfield too.
Less empty space, maybe.
Less
There's almost
empty
no empty
space.
space in Starfield. They literally talked about that.
She talked.
1,000
She talked
lifeless
about
planets.
the Nvidia
900
deals,
lifeless.
and she said to the FTC, "Hang on, won't that it reduces costs? Won't that enable them to better compete with Microsoft's xCloud? That's pro-competitive, right?" The FTC were quick to point out that they gave them a load of extra deals to sweeten the pot. But yeah, they moved on to cloud, and Microsoft made a statement here where they said, look, the FTC doesn't understand and wants to figure out what the harm is. So they're turning to you, Judge, or us, and saying, please figure it out because it's too hard for us. And they argued that exclusives happen all the time. And it's part of competition.
But he just
Sony does it.
He just kept repeating the CMA argument. But
Yep, he
but
did.
what about Sony? What about PlayStation? I'm like, dude, what's happening? It was like, you know that joke, you know that movie, The Other Guys,
Yes.
with oh, what a movie. And The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson, and Samuel L. Jackson says to Will Ferrell, tells him to shut up before he sticks his hand up his ass and uses him as a puppet. That's what was happening with that FTC lawyer. Jim Ryan was just using that dude as a puppet. Like it was
was very
literally a
painful.
lawyer for Sony. It wasn't.
It comes back
believe
to the same thing every time, where Lena Khan has this ideological drive to
like
try and
this.
stop all major tech mergers, and in this case, they don't have anything truly fact-based legally to stop this. So they just latched on, much like the CMA did, much like no one else did. You can even look at the CADE from Brazil. You can look at the EU. They heard these things from Sony. They disagreed and ignored them. But the CMA had their ideological drive to cancel this. The FTC had it. Even places like Canada and Australia would like to, but they know they can't fight it because they're too small.
And it's worth mentioning because go on. Sorry, Nick. What are you giggling
Did you
at?
hear how he was talking about the harm to consumers, right? He was saying that, you know, if this happens, then Sony's going to withhold the PS6 dev kits, which means gamers are going to get the game later. And then the judge is like, yeah, but that's because of Sony. That's not because of Microsoft. That's because Sony's withholding the dev kits that gamers are going to get it later. That's not Microsoft's fault.
Best jumped in and was like, yes, it is. It's just their choice. Like, for these things, they
That's their
sign
choice.
NDAs. Like, if Mojang has a dev kit for PlayStation, it generally comes with an NDA saying you can't let any other part of the organization know about it. It's probably the same for like MLB The Show getting series console dev kits and stuff. Like, it's pretty normal. It's just up to the platform
Hey.
holder.
Risk
So,
it.
go on.
Your club is in danger of like folding, dude. You're lucky that West Coast is like so risk it for the biscuit with a $3 super chat. 2018 will come again. So West Coast the Eagles beat Collingwood in the grand final in 2018. They pinched a grand final in 2018 from Collingwood, which will go down as a blessing in disguise, by the way, risk it, because if we had won that flag, mate, we would have re-signed Buckley for a decade and we'd be wallowing at the bottom of the ladder right now. So it's actually better that we lost that grand final. But West Coast, you guys are in danger of like folding. If you weren't as rich as you are, you would be in serious danger of folding right now with how shit you are. But anyway, that's a tangent.
Look, I
for another
appreciate
time.
I'm
I should
gonna
start a
end the
footy
poll
podcast.
now before we get to the next thing.
I should start a
So-
footy podcast.
Here we go. So anyway, the end of the final discussions. One last exchange. Again, I've got a direct quote. Thanks to all of the incredible work from Tom Warren at The Verge. Judge Corley said, "We wouldn't be here if Microsoft made Call of Duty. It's the purchasing, right? We don't benefit from just buying up each other. We benefit from keeping things separate and therefore incentivizing people to create themselves." Microsoft's argument back to this was that's not true. We want smaller groups to create content, right? And the fact that someone purchased, and they're not small anymore, Activision, they produce popular content and someone else wants to buy and distribute it, and then someone else wants to make more content. And that's the art that's going on, whether it's movies
capitalism.
and gaming and television. No one says if you don't have this one game or this one television program or one movie that you can't compete. And I think that's fair.
And
So-
people were questioning why would the judge say that? Does she think that? And it's, I think Hogue talked about it, and it's like judges will ask questions they know the answer to because they just want to hear the response, and second, they want it on record. So you can't ever just.
But did you
say,
hear what she
you know,
said? She goes, Bobby started from nothing. Activision started from nothing and had to make Call of Duty. Again, we've said this before. If you had said to someone in 2006 that Halo won't be the biggest shooter in the world in 5 years' time, people would have laughed at you.
Yep.
Just like someone would laugh at you now if you said Call of Duty. And the judge alluded to this. She's like, Call of Duty may not be huge forever. Like, we're doing all this over one video game, she kept saying.
Yeah.
She's like, it's
Yeah.
one game. Like,
Dr. Bailey's testimony was a lot about how it's not a unicorn. It's not special. It's not unique.
it's one
just
game.
very popular right now. It's very
Yeah.
popular at the moment. It's also not the biggest moneymaker. We didn't get to see the numbers, sadly, but it's not the top moneymaker. Like, I imagine
Yeah.
In 10
Fortnite and
years,
Minecraft
It's
and
often the
PUBG
top
and-
selling game of the year, even on a bad
Yeah.
year, but it's not always making the most money.
And it seems to rarely make the most money as a franchise.
But
Yeah.
in 10 years' time, we could look back at all this and laugh as some other game has come along potentially and dethroned it as the juggernaut. It
For all
could.
we
Like, I know
know,
it looks
It could
unlikely
be Bungie's
now.
marathon, and that could
It
be
could be
Sony
Counter-Strike
owned
2.
property.
It could be
Counter-Strike
the
2.
finals. It could be the finals. That finals game looks unreal. And everyone I know that's played it at the beta and whatever that they're in is like, man, this game is like seriously fun as. The finals could blow up and then have these
What
amazing
was Apex
console ports.
a few years ago?
Like, I
PUBG.
don't know. Like, I know it seems unlikely now, just like COD being huge in 2006 seemed unlikely as well. And then Modern Warfare came along and just destroyed everything. You just don't know. It's such a... The FTC's entire case was built on hypotheticals, fantasy, and console wars. The
Which-
entire argument.
And she called that out
Like-
a lot. I think that was why she didn't want to hear from Microsoft. She's like, you guys, you've sold me.
Almost like you guys are
believe you.
drowning here.
The FTC. And she said, like, you guys, the FTC, you don't have the resources these big budgets do. You didn't have the time. All these things. You weren't expecting to have to come up here and talk to other people. Like, she needed the FTC to sell her because she hadn't really bought anything they said. So people are like, oh, how come Microsoft didn't get to talk? It was like, they get to file everything. She's going to read all that. She's going to read the FTC's filings. But she needed the FTC to sell her. And she pushed back on them unbelievably hard the entire time, to the point where you could tell the FTC, the guy who sounds like a dick was really getting mad. The other people were
Yeah,
flustered.
James Weinergarten. I hate the way
Yeah.
he asked questions.
It
That
was
was very
very
accurate when you gave it, right? Anyway, so what happens now?
Oh, what about
So-
that other lawyer that was like,
The one
now
who
you
kept
said this, correct? You said this, correct?
Yeah.
You said this,
It's a
correct?
legal thing,
I was like,
Chrissy.
oh,
You know
I'm
what
like, oh
really-
my God, stop saying it that way.
You know what really pissed me off? Whoever questioned Satya Nadella saying his name different every fucking time they said it. He said Daydella.
really?
Almost every time he said Nadella, he said Daydella. He said Nutella. He said Nutella. He would then say Nadella.
Oh, no
You can
way.
tell if you go back and look at the VOD, my friggin' transcriptor was very accurate when people were being loquaciously in their mic and talking normal. And it got the name
wow.
different every time because that fucking guy was saying it different every time. I was like, Jesus Christ.
ridiculous.
Oh,
He must
I
be
was getting
miserable, though.
mad. I wanted to.
The whole thing was I was getting mad at that lawyer that was like, "Now you said this correct? Correct? Correct?" I'm like, "Oh God, you don't have to just keep saying it that way. There's other ways to say it." Like, it was driving me crazy. The whole thing was insane to me, and there was
very
certain
entertaining.
points. If you were in our Discord was quite entertaining watching it. I don't think you ever jumped in sick, but like
I
even
didn't.
Rand jumped in. Our Discord, you should have seen it. Like, we're all listening to it live in the Discord, and there were moments. What?
Oh, you're not American. Never mind. It's
There
illegal
were
if you were
moments in
American
there-
rebroadcasting it. I did not do that.
It was in a private Discord.
You
Couldn't
can't
do it
rebroadcast it
publicly.
anywhere. Legally, Americans, no one is allowed to ever rebroadcast it or capture the audio of that at all, or you risk major fines, which is why so many people were getting very scared on YouTube. But if you're
There
not
was
in America,
people
who
full on
cares?
broadcasting it on YouTube.
I know, and that a
Yeah,
lot of
there
their
were.
channels actually got like in the middle of their broadcasts got taken down.
We were doing it privately.
And you're not American,
like,
so it's fine.
You should have seen it. Like, every time the judge would say some huge thing that just completely undid their argument, you'd see all these posts in the Discord going, "Fuck yeah, yeah, yeah!" Like, it was like, finally, yes, thank you.
She's a
Because
very smart. Like, I've got to give her all the credit in the world. It's a very difficult subject to pass if you're not living and breathing this industry, and I think she did a tremendous job of making sense of what sounds stupid.
And she called
like
out a
cloud
lot,
and one
like
game.
when the FTC tried to then pivot to all Activision games, like the Diablo, and she's like, "But no, this case you have literally only been talking about Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
You
We're
don't
here
get
for
to
Call of
pivot now.
Duty.
Yeah, we are here for Call of
Yeah.
Duty.
We're
Yeah.
only here for Call of Duty because that's all you've talked about is Call of Duty." Like,
The Diablo.
and I did appreciate. I liked how inquisitive she was. If there was something she wasn't sure of, she's like, "So what's this? Explain to me what this is, and what's this and what's that."
Yeah.
It was, yeah. I just hearing so many of. I mean, were there moments. Now maybe because in the Discord we were all like, "Is he crying? Is he about to cry?" Like, there were moments where it sounded
There was one time you heard
like the
audible,
FTC lawyer.
you heard like
was
this.
about
You
to
heard like
cry.
a like a
Yeah,
gulp.
like there were moments where he sounded like he was gonna cry, and then someone new would jump into the stream and be like, "So what's happening?" And everyone's like, "I think the FTC lawyer's about to cry."
Oh,
Like,
man.
he was literally sounded like he was about to cry. Like, there were moments where the judge had broken him down to the point where he was like, "Oh, I don't know what to say anymore."
It's just
Glorious.
they didn't have a case, and they were just going on what Sony says. And when they realized she's not buying it, he sounded mad at some points at her, like when she said the line, especially, "Well, you guys won, you got your win on on the cloud stuff," and he sounded mad, like, no, I don't think we got a win. That's not enough. But then he couldn't explain what a win would actually be.
Yeah,
Because
it was painful listening to them.
There were
arguments, but-
moments where he tried to sound aggressive and confident.
yeah,
And it
very
was on the
cheesy.
wrong arguments. It just sounded like dumb. Like, it was just weird.
But
was
okay,
just
so
weird.
let's get into the nitty gritty now. So, what happens now? She's going to make a decision, right? And then she'll issue an order, and that is either she'll grant the FTC.
She asked for
their
the
PI.
7th, but didn't they push for the 12th or something?
they
It's gonna be
said they
within the
couldn't
next-
have something ready until the 12th. Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be until next week, some point. You got to remember that
They're on
July,
a tight deadline.
the
They're
July
on
the
a very
4th
tight
is-
deadline.
is Independence Day in the US.
2.5 weeks.
So we're looking some point very, very soon, right?
It could be.
If-
Florian said it could be any point from today through
Wednesday.
probably the end of next week, but not Tuesday.
So if she says, "Yep, FTC, you've done enough. Here's your PI." Bobby was on the stand. He said, "Yeah, that's it. The deal's dead." if
We're
that
walking
happens,"
away.
right? Whether that's definitely 100% true, it's unless they come up with some sort of renegotiation where they pay more. Then they've got to navigate months and months and months of litigation with the FTC and their administrative case.
It's not
right?
worth it.
There's a
Sega's
very good.
right there.
Even
not
Microsoft
worth it.
said in their filing to this deal that they'll probably walk away to. So they'll pay $3 billion to Activision in breakup fees, and that's it.
They'll pull a
And
little
that's
bit
it,
of cash out
folks.
from under their bed, and they'll be
What
like, "Here
a
you go, fine."
waste.
That
And
will
we could have
be
$3 billion would have almost
it.
paid for Sega.
Now,
Yeah, but then you
this
lose
is
money.
interesting. If that is it, are we going to see angry Microsoft?
Yep,
Like,
I reckon.
Now,
I reckon.
you okay? We're gonna buy all of it, everything. I'm very curious. We'll see what happens in that world. But if Microsoft win, the FTC have a week in which they can appeal. Now, typically, very often, they don't bother after a loss, and it will mean that Microsoft can close the deal in the US.
5 days.
I'd be surprised if they appealed this because they had nothing. They had no decent case to begin with. Why would they appeal it? And appeal on what?
Exactly. Right. So this is where it gets interesting, right? The blocker here still is the CMA. Now, whilst all this was going on, the CMA, and we didn't cover this, the CMA filed
This is so
a
good.
request to the CAT, which is the tribunal here in the UK,
Mm.
to delay the impending trial, which is meant to start on July 28th
Sounds right.
or something like that, end of July. Not enough time, can't do it. And they filed it one day before like some sort of deadline. So the CAT came back with an overnight unanimous decision and said,
Angry.
no.
They're mad.
You've had all the time in the world. You've made your
Mm.
argument. Now you got to come and explain it. I'm super intrigued because they tried to claim, the CMA tried to claim effectively, and I'm paraphrasing a lot here because I'm not a solicitor or a lawyer for you Americans, that they are so busy with lots of things. And this is the key part, finalizing the decision. So this decision, you saw a preliminary one where it said Microsoft can't buy shares in Activision. Activision can't buy shares
Globally.
in Microsoft. 10 years globally, can't ever do anything. Like the UK is the fucking world police.
Yeah, the world
you know?
police. Like,
Right?
what is that?
It's crazy, but it is what they're trying to do. They said they're so busy finalizing that decision that they can't. Now, the CMA, the CAT called out that and I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing here. It was something along the lines of, you could have used this time to come to an agreement.
Correct.
Mhm.
So I do wonder if there is an avenue there to avoid the CAT tribunal and kind of just, but
They will.
there-
They'll close over them.
there is-
and whatever
it can-
happens in the tribunal will happen. Nah, they'll close over them. They will close over them.
So I think, I don't know, I don't know, but there was a thing where if the CMA makes a deal with Microsoft, they can ask to be remitted to make this deal, and that way they don't have to go through all this.
yeah.
But the CAT called them out, saying, "You haven't talked to us about this. You haven't talked to Microsoft." Microsoft's like, "You won't talk to us." And Microsoft complained. They're like, "They just stopped talking to us the last couple of weeks before their preliminary decision." And the CAT is like, "You're not talking to the people that are doing this deal. Like, you're just ghosting them. Why are you doing that? If you have issues, you need to work with them to see if you can remedy
The whole
those
thing
issues."
is like dodgy. That's why.
Yeah.
The whole thing is dodgy, as I've been telling you all from day one.
And I think the CAT, okay, I'm guessing the CMA and the FTC seem to have colluded with each other.
Are colluding.
Possibly, maybe.
Are
Nick,
colluding, have
maybe.
been colluding.
Well, we
Could
saw
possibly
Canada
happen.
throw a little. We didn't approve the deal. We still have concerns, but it's past the date that Canada
Yeah.
could have blocked the deal.
And
They
also-
just said
Did
they're
you see
monitoring the
Canada? How funny.
transaction. Yeah.
Canada reminded me of that moment where Ralph Wiggum was just standing up going, "Oh, Canada." Like, they come in out of nowhere. Canada's like, "Oh, we've got concerns and we think there's going to be harm." And the Microsoft's like, "Man, that was due a week ago." And Canada's like, "Oh."
It's pretty much, it's just that, like, the CMA and the FTC had both talked about each other in ways like, well, why didn't the FTC go for their preliminary injunction? Because they knew the CMA was going to block. How did they know that? They're not supposed to. How is the CMA
right.
now trying to delay? Well, it's because they don't. So the FTC went for their PI because they realized, shit, CMA might lose. CMA tried to delay, thinking, shit, FTC might lose. Like, it's very obvious, and supposedly, no matter what Nick says, he doesn't speak for XboxEra. It appears that they may have been colluding in a way that would be unbecoming of these organizations. It very much appears like that, but we don't know and cannot say it for sure.
We
But
don't
boy,
know.
does it seem
my
like it.
opinion
It
is
sure
that they
looks
were
like it.
100% colluding. 100% were.
So, yeah. So there we go.
So now we said we're going to talk about what we think. So what do we believe is going to happen?
And whilst
with
we're
the
talking
FTC
about that,
case?
let's get a poll up. Does Microsoft win and they get the denial to the FTC for their PI, or does the FTC get their PI granted? Let's get a poll up.
While we're
see
waiting
what
for that
chat
poll, and before we give our opinions, there's another super chat from Biscuit for the Biscuit. Don't count your chickens. It was extremely positive for Microsoft, but they do not need to prove the merits of the case, only that there could be merit.
No. To get a PI granted, the FTC need to show that there are theories of harm and that they could cause harm to consumers.
Immediately before it can
Did
be...
they do that?
Immediately
and irreversible. They're things that you can't fix later.
Yeah. Did they do
Easily.
that? I don't think they did. Does the judge think they did? I don't know.
She is the only one
I
that
personally
matters.
think that they'll get their PI. I don't know why.
It doesn't sound like on the surface, it sounds like there's no way known they get their PI. The judge sounded knowledgeable enough and her bullshit detector seemed to be switched on. So based on those two things, it's hard to see how they get, like when you look at everything, again, on the surface, when you look at everything up front and you understand the rules are immediate harm, irreversible immediate harm, there is no irreversible immediate harm because she said herself, the judge said herself, well, Call of Duty 2023 is coming out on PlayStation in November.
Which was the
what's
leak.
the harm? Yeah,
We all
there's no
assumed, but it
immediate
was
harm.
New news.
Yeah, so the judge effectively said there's no immediate harm. So it would be very odd for her to then turn around, unless there's some sort of miracle in that written statement the FTC is putting forward, and that's what we don't know.
Or the things we didn't get to hear from all the
Because
various sealed testimony.
If you go back to the CMA's decision, on the surface, it looked like there was no way known the CMA was going to block on the surface. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're blocking it because of cloud. That's the part that has me just with that little bit of doubt. And where the judge said, well, that is where the future's going. Look at DVD. We don't watch DVDs anymore.
But that would be more long-term block.
I know.
But that would also be long-term. And she talked about wanting remedies. And the cat talked about what remedies can you do. So that the biggest difference for me with the FTC and the CMA is they didn't want remedies. They wanted to block it. So they found a reason for them to block it. But if she had talked more about that, I think I would be more worried in that way. But she was so much about you already won in the cloud. You already got what you wanted.
That's what I said. On the surface, it looks like there's no chance. On the surface, it looks like there's zero chance the judge grants this.
And that goes back to Hogue and what he said, where he's like, I'm 50-50. And people are like, really? You're 50-50? And he's like, he knows. You never know how a person feels. And she is the only person that matters. So you can say
she's
it
the
makes
single
all the
point
sense in the
of
world.
failure. It's not a committee. It's just her. Like, and you again, there could be something in that FTC final statement that she reads and goes, "Yeah, they've got a bit of a point."
And it's all sealed, and we never know.
You just don't know. The person in me that wants Sega is like, hopefully they get their PI.
I think they will buy more no matter what. Whether they get Activision or not, it might be delayed, but they'll still do it because Satya made it so
I'm
clear.
on the fence. Like I said, logically, there should be no chance they get their PI. Logically. But as we all know, humans aren't very logical. So it's a tough
Logically,
one.
they don't, you mean?
They do. Logically, they don't get their PI.
You just said they get.
Did I?
Yeah. You said they get their PI.
Sorry. Logically, they don't get it. Sorry. Logically, they shouldn't get it.
Yeah, but you never know.
But you just don't know. I don't know.
No. That's live.
John's muted.
Fucking dummy.
There's a part of me that thinks similar vein to you, Nick, that, just that this hasn't gone the way Microsoft wanted it to. They even gave themselves 18 months and it's still going.
It has everywhere. I'm sorry to cut you off. I know Nick does all the time, and I'm cognizant of it. I'm sorry. But you were muted, so you deserve it.
Yeah, I
but
know. I deserve
it has actually gone the way they want everywhere except for two very stupid places: your country and
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah,
That's right.
But
Oh,
I
and
just feel
technically
like
probably
Yours
mine
will
as well.
go with the flow. Yours
yours
are a
will
bunch
just
of
copy
bitches.
what we do.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like there is this mantra, this ridiculous notion that big tech bad, and I think it's permeating and it's existing, and I think it informs decisions. Now, like I said, the judge sounded super smart.
Hopefully
I
her
respect her
son's
decision
been in
either
her
way,
ear.
but
Hopefully.
my God, like I don't want to be on the internet if they get it denied because it's over. We've
Hopefully
wasted
there's some...
18 months talking
Depends,
about something
Nick,
that's just
or
not
John.
No, I know.
John, it depends. If they don't get it, but then they turn around a month later and they just buy a shit ton of stuff, it'll be really funny.
For me, it's more the fact that all along I knew Sega was on the table and knew that it could have happened if it wasn't for ABK. That's what's pissed me off even more. The fact that we've wasted all this time and could have had Sega.
At the very least, they're still getting most of Sega's stuff on Game Pass. We haven't lost out on things coming to the platform, and they're still there to be bought.
There's other stuff I've heard. Don't worry, there's other stuff I've heard that I'm
That's
annoyed
Sega.
about that
They're-
ABK is costing.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. And hopefully now people will believe me a little bit more.
Thank
now
God
that everything
Embracer's
that's come
falling
out.
apart. They can probably buy Crystal Dynamics and Eidos eventually.
Well, we said that
Yeah,
that whole Embracer thing could just be a scam to hold some studios for Microsoft. Like maybe, hopefully they just
It wasn't a
grab
scam. I
Crystal
don't think it
and-
was a scam. I literally think Embracer just had no actual end plan, and they're like, "Man, these interest rates are great. We're gonna borrow a ton of money and buy a bunch of shit and make more money in the end." And they're like, "Oh fuck, we're not making anything."
That
No,
was
they're-
that whole thing was weird. I don't know. Like logically, yes, they should not get their PI. Logically, but there's just something in the back of my head that's just burrowing away back there. That's like I don't know, man. The judge,
Pessimism.
even though technically she's not supposed to, there's just something there where the judge could be like, you know what, cloud probably is going to be the next big thing, and if Microsoft just owns all of it, who knows?
But is that immediate?
I know it's not immediate. I know
I
it's
know.
not immediate. Like,
But that's
just
that's
saying,
all that
like-
matters for her. As long as she's doing her job right, and she seems to do that, it doesn't matter if it is eventually, unless she's overseeing that part of their proceedings. She's only worried about the immediate, and I think that was the biggest thing that the FTC failed to do. They did not focus on the immediate; they focused on the long term, which confused the shit out of me as a very dumb normal layman. Because as far as I know, a PI is entirely about the now, and she stated flatly, "Not there. You've got a case
That's
in
right.
August, and there's no game coming out till November," which we didn't know, but we assumed before.
and it's
So
coming
they're-
to PlayStation.
And they're limited integration, and it's guaranteed to come to PlayStation. So what's the immediate harm? And they couldn't
There's
give
no
anything.
harm.
They could not
There's
say
no
anything.
harm.
And you could
So
hear the
logically, they
frustration.
shouldn't get their PI. Logically, they shouldn't
And
get it.
legally,
Logically.
which matters.
Yeah, legally. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I understand that they shouldn't get it.
But
I get it.
You never know.
Now, the real question here is, and hey, chat, thank you for voting in the poll.
You want me to end it?
Hit that like button. There's 350 people watching. 150 people have not hit like. I mean,
We've
what's
got an.
going on?
I have to say, I streamed like Jesus Christ between this show, last week's show, and all the FTC shit, like 50 something hours in the last week. Our audience is very nice.
I know.
They give
I
tons
love
of
our
likes.
community.
They give tons of gifts. They do tons of super chats. They join the Patreon. We had a bunch of people saying, "Hey, I joined the Patreon because of your streams."
Yep.
They're also nice to each other. And we had a couple of, fanboy a-holes jump in. People politely back them back. Like, I just got to say thank you very much to our audience who are, I don't think, annoying fanboys. I think they are just people who like video games and are pretty realistic about it, outside of Nick.
Yep. And a massive kudos for those streams. I think you did the community a massive service. At great sacrifice to your behind, no doubt.
Nope.
I
I
is
have
the
to
chair
say,
still holding up?
yes,
That's-
as I told you
that's
in our
what we
private chat, this chair, the Hayworth Fern, this is the Halo edition I reviewed. No one's yelled at me like Paris. Paris got yelled at a lot about his Cyberpunk chair, very meanly, even by our own forum. I'm sorry, Paris. Please come on our show and I'll apologize to you directly.
He won't come
This chair got sent to me for a review. I gave it a very nice review. I was like, Jesus Christ, this chair is really well made and unbelievably comfortable. I sat on it for like 11 hours a day and felt fine. Butt never hurt, back never hurt, legs never hurt. I got tired, and I'm a big out of shape man, and this chair held up beautifully.
Do you know what's really funny is this Quercus chair? They sent this to me for review, and I had it all ready to go. And I was like, "Hey, can you send me some content, like some promo shots and stuff, so I can use them?" Nothing. Followed it up, guys. I'm ready to do this. Nothing. Third email, guys. Like anything you can give me. Like, is there a deadline? Nothing. So I just got a chair. It's a great chair. I'm very
something we didn't discuss, although we've said it before, and I just saw a comment from Revived Cyan in the chat. Sony can fall into third place, and it shouldn't matter. That's right.
Yep.
Even if the end result of all of this is that Sony falls into third place, so what? Why is that illegal?
She talked about how this is just how competition works.
Yeah.
What about the PlayStation gamers, Nick?
I don't give a shit about them.
They're just gamers.
Well, they shouldn't. But no one shouldn't. Microsoft shouldn't. The FTC shouldn't. The judge shouldn't.
Nintendo shouldn't care about Sony gamers. Xbox shouldn't care about Nintendo gamers or Sony gamers. Sony shouldn't care about Nintendo or Xbox gamers. They care about the market they're all in, and they all try and get as big a piece of that as they can or try to grow it in Microsoft's case. And I think that the judge called that out, where it is a market of people. It's not Sony gamers getting hurt. It's do gamers get hurt? And they couldn't show gamers. Right. They showed Sony's bottom line.
I remember her saying once during those final statements, she's like, they can just go buy an Xbox, can't they? Look, can't they just go buy an Xbox? Like, what's the big deal? She's like, we're talking about video games here.
Or they probably already have a PC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's like, but it's a special PC. And she's like, I mean, it's 2023. I'm pretty sure we all have PCs now. Can't they just play it on PC?
I mean, the FTC could have gone, yeah, but you need a GPU and it costs this much money, but they didn't. They fucked
it's a special PC. You need a special PC.
You can build a $300 or $400 used PC that plays Call of Duty as well as a Series S or X.
Probably could.
Get a ROG Ally.
You can go on eBay and just buy a used office PC, throw a GPU in it, and you're good to go for years. PC gaming is the cheapest. It's actually it is over time. It's been proven time and time again. I've been drinking too much, so I'm sorry that I'm talking a lot. But over time, PC gaming is actually cheaper than console gaming because you can then get the games so freaking cheap, even if you spend more upfront.
Yeah, you can pirate them.
And
True story.
That was the only thing that got me with their lawyers is they're not gamers, so they weren't able to just jump in and say, by the way, actually PC gaming is really fucking cheap.
By the way.
There were loads of points where I was even listening to the Microsoft lawyer and just say this. No,
he's super smart.
I know. There was so many times that I wanted Beth to jump in and be like, "Say something, man! You've got an uppercut."
There were
right
even times
there waiting to be delivered.
There were times I was getting annoyed at Phil and Sarah for not knowing gaming as well as us.
Yeah, I know. When Phil last week was like, "I don't think Switch is a Gen 9 console." Yeah, it is, dude. It 100% is a Gen 9 console. Why are you saying?
It's because they're limited by what they've said internally, and they know in Discovery what they've said. They've been coached on how to talk about things. So in the end, they have to speak legalese, and that's the biggest thing for business people is how do I lie effectively? Which is why it's really funny to see people like Derek from Tweaktown and all them. They really buy into what we've been told this last week, when the only reality you should take out of that is this is the most they can say without straight up lying. Just don't believe business people when they talk. They're paid a lot of money because they're very effective at saying as little as possible in public. They never tie themselves down. Xbox wants to make themselves seem like shit. Then we see the actual sales numbers and they're not. But they want to make themselves seem like absolute garbage to get this deal done. Don't buy into what they're saying. Don't buy into what Jim Ryan's saying about how important Call of Duty is. Being a good businessman means you're very good at publicly lying.
Yes. What I hope, to wrap this up now, because we need to move on, what I hope comes out of all of this in the end, two things. One, understand that executives and all that sort of stuff will say whatever they need to say when they need to say it. And two, you've now got a peek behind the curtain. Hopefully now this helps you all understand how much things move and shift and change in the industry. So when you hear a rumor that, oh, this is happening, A, that rumor could change very realistically, or B, it could not happen. It could happen 2 years down the track. Like you've seen a peek behind the curtain now. You see what goes on. Like, yeah, Darkwing Duck is very prevalent. And yeah, anyway.
Either way,
now everyone knows why I didn't want this deal to happen.
The last big question, the poll results were pretty concise. I think it was something 85% feel that the FTC will not win their preliminary injunction, with 14% saying that they will. Let's see what happens. So I will
Rand's
say
poll
this month is going to be crazy. We're going to get the result. If the result goes Microsoft's way, then we get what do they do about what do they do about the UK? What do they do about the CMA?
They're going to close over them and then play out the trial.
There's been lots of talk about closing over them. Meta did that. They closed before their appeal, and then they lost their appeal, and then they had to sell Giphy.
Okay, that's right.
So
if they have closed them in other areas, can they then, as they now own Activision Bethesda, just divest them into a publisher who works third party in the UK?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because right now that has to be Activision's decision right now, because they're not technically owned by Microsoft. But once Microsoft does own them in other places, can they then say, okay, we're going to pull out of the UK and we're going to, do this other stuff? I have no idea.
They'll work something out. They've got people specifically for this kind of thing that are much smarter than us and paid better than us. I'm sure they'll work it out. Rand's poll, which is bigger, Nick's Ego, Starfield Scope. Nick's Ego wins with 75% of the vote.
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. All right, chat. You guys have been great. Now we're going to be changing tack a little bit. So for the regulars, I know you guys will stick around, but all the people that just want to talk about the FTC stuff, we're now going to do Name a Game.
Bye.
If you're new to the Xbox Era podcast, Name a Game is Nick and I playing for our patrons to figure out the names of games where the words have been replaced with synonyms. Jesse, hit that button.
Yeah.
If you want to have the opportunity to have Nick or I play for you as champions, you can join the Patreon, which is available patreon.com/XboxEra. We pick a random patron every week for the podcast, and we play this game. And whoever wins, they win a game code. It's that simple. Yes. It's pretty easy. So,
this week, I am playing for Mr. Egg, and John is playing for 1 Pint Johnny.
I like the name. That's me.
1 pint.
I'm easy.
Johnny.
1 pint. I'm anybody's.
1 Pint Johnny. What's the theme this week?
What's the theme?
Oh shit! I gotta put that up too. It's up to do this.
What's the theme, Jesse?
I had 2 very strong drinks. Give me a second. Hold on. Shut the fuck up.
Can I request that bald me is replaced with non-bald me?
Give me a circular picture.
I need to update my photo. I want to update my photo.
I can do it in 2 seconds. Just give me a picture.
I got to give it to pre-drag so that he can do the doddy black and white one.
Well,
a
if you're
new
looking
one
now,
for the site.
You can see video games released in the month of July.
Oh.
I had nothing.
Okay.
What particular thing could I have done right now? I don't know.
Yeah,
Video games released in July.
Yeah. You're just gonna have to go based on kind of what they sound like.
I can't think of a single one.
You don't have to. You just have to hear what I say and go from there. Tallface.
I love the way we just lost like 40 or 50 viewers.
Oh,
just
it happens
we
every time.
Name a game.
This is the regulars. Stick around for a bit.
This
of
used to be what happened with
the best part.
I know, but this used to be what happened with community questions. Now it just starts with name a game.
Name a game is the best part, though.
I know. I agree. I think I'm brilliantly witty. All right, number 1. 4 words total. Focus. These are all really bad and dumb. First, number 1 is Metal Bro. Essentially, actuality. Metal, M-E-T-A-L. Bro. Essentially, actuality.
Man, I don't know. Metal Bro.
I can put on desktop audio so people can hear the buzzer.
Metal Bro. What's the other two words?
Oh, ClickRM got it. Essentially, actuality. But you didn't get the whole thing, ClickRM.
I'm trying to think of the... Oh, come on. I know Metal Bro. It's me. Hello. I know
Sorry,
Metal
Mort.
Bro.
It is not Peppa Pig.
It's the essentially actuality that's getting me. What's the
Sometimes
last...
you gotta think of just what the words mean. I'm not always gonna do direct synonyms at word.
I know, and I'm trying to think of them. I only know this game as the first two words. I didn't know there was a subtitle to this game.
Everyone's guessing Peppa Pig. I'm sorry, it's not Peppa Pig.
Essentially actuality. Because if I buzz in, I get the first two right, and then John goes, "Oh, I know this game."
Barry Donlin has got it, so let's see if John answers now. Nick calls you a filthy cheater every time, John.
But I don't... What's the subtitle to this game?
I'm gonna start the timer.
Game.
Boom, 10 seconds started. 9. 7.5. 6. 4. 3. 2. 1.
It's Iron Man.
Iron Man VR. Virtual reality.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
That is the name. That is the name of the game.
Subtitle to an Iron Man game. I'm like Iron Man, Cold War. I'm trying to think of like this video game subtitle to Iron Man.
It is its full name in release.
Oh,
I know.
Man,
it is the full name.
Yep. Brutal. How did
I'm
I
like
not
Metal
get
Bro?
Metal
That's
Bro?
Iron Man.
How did
I knew
not
Iron
get
Man,
that?
but if I had said Iron Man, that would have given you the clue.
I probably would have taken.
It
a
is
stab
smart
at,
for
it's
you
a
to
VR
not have
game.
said it, Nick. So, but yes, that was Iron Man VR for
That's
the
why I
PSVR.
said. Remember how I said to you, "It's me." Of course, I know Iron Man. It's me. I'm Iron Man.
I
Funnily
can't
enough,
believe I didn't get Metal
that
Bro.
was originally a PSVR only title, which I do believe came to the Meta Quest. I should try that. All right, the next one is Projectile Battleground. I have one hint for this game. I'll give it to you later. Sega Mechanico.
Bulletstorm.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would Bulletstorm?
Oh, that's not it.
No, it's not Bulletstorm.
Oh wow.
Hold on. Say the words again. Projectile. What?
Projectile Battleground.
Fuck.
Projectile could work for Bullet, but not
Yeah.
Battleground for Storm.
Battleground. A battleground.
You almost got it, Gary Barwick. You and Mort have gotten the first word. This was a small game. So I had a hint, John, that I still want to give, but you jumped in so quick. This is a game that I don't believe is available anymore.
Missile, rocket, something.
Yes, this game was
not
shut down,
anymore.
I believe.
Well, Knockout City was shut down.
No, it's the other one.
Oh, what, you just trying to give it to him? I'm starting up the timer.
Rumbleverse.
10 seconds.
No.
9.
Begins with an R.
Oh my god, John. What? He's just trying to hand it to you. 5, 4, 3.
Wait.
Nick.
Wait, did my buzzer work? Hold on,
It did.
the
It
timer
did.
ran out.
It worked. I'm letting you go.
Rocket Arena.
Correct. It is Rocket Arena.
I'm thinking projectile something, but
Man,
I was going to
Bulletstorm
say
was such
Missile
a good-
Command.
Why
I
do
was
you
gonna
give
say
it to
Missile
him?
Command, and I'm
It
like,
makes me want you to lose every time. Don't give him anything. I hate him. He's so smug
Sorry.
and mean. What? My wife said, I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't mean it. She doesn't get our bants,
That's
mate.
you're mean.
I know I am. I'm incredibly mean. It's so goddamn fun. It's not fun being nice. All right, next one is really easy. It is obliterate all individuals. Improve. Sick. Sick first.
Destroy all
What?
humans
Oh
remastered.
my god, he
Correct.
beat me that fast.
He got you
Oh
by
my
about
God.
a second. Yeah.
No way.
Wow, nicely done.
I buzzed
in the
like
game.
right
I know.
after it. I buzzed right
It was about a half a second in my ears. All right, the next one's one of the stupidest ones I've ever done. I will clear the buzzers.
Great.
Don't worry.
I'm here for it.
The few people who stick around for this, they're here for these dumb ones. Fuck, I'm embarrassed of this one. It is, as we're tied at 1-1. The first word is a compound word, so I'm giving you a hyphen. Dog hyphen genius colon infantile hyphen dynasty. I'll put it in chat.
Dog genius. And this is 2 words, and you've given
It's
us
in
some
chat.
compound ones.
It's in chat.
Oh, hold on. Oh my god, I just had the word, the dog genius. I just had the word in my head.
It's not hard. It's not a hard one. I should stop drinking.
Dog genius.
dog
Infantile.
genius.
Come on, chat. Make me feel less bad about this.
So hold on. So how many words is the game itself?
2.
Oh, okay.
It is not Ace Attorney.
Dog genius. Oh, shit. Hold on. Tell me one thing. Does this game have 2 names in different countries?
No,
Oh.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Dog genius.
I can give you one hint. This is now an Xbox first-party game. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll make it fucking easy. It wasn't when it released. Give you a hint on who released it.
What?
You know what I had in my head? Caaaanadaaaaa.
Oh my god, no one's
Bully.
gotten this.
I am.
Because, you know, Canis, edit. I had that in my head, so I thought it was that.
Well, starting the timer. I thought people would get this.
Genius.
Oh my, you're almost there, nrXic. You're so close. The moment you get genius, you know this. 5, 4. Think of genius. 2, 1. Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Fuck. Do you know, I thought Wolfenstein for the first word, but I couldn't. Oh my god. Wow.
Come on, that was all right? That wasn't too bad.
Wolfenstein.
Stein.
Wolfenstein. Wolf. I don't care if you know about that. I'm gonna take a point away from you if you keep saying that. Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein. They don't have to be super great every time. Wolfenstein. Youngblood. Blood Dynasty.
Wolfenstein.
Come on, see, chat's like, oh, they get it.
Weil Leben.
If you had gotten that, Nick, you would have been like, oh, that's brilliant. Oi, bruv. Governor.
But I didn't get it. That's the whole point.
No, because you're very... I won't say anything. My wife would get mad at me. All right, next one is 3 words. They are Ocean of Loneliness. Sick.
Sea of Solitude.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one
I need
Nick
to play
can't
more
even cry
games.
like a little baby bitch about.
I need to play more games.
That's always your not knowing English and not playing enough games. Always what gets you. Gabe. I didn't even know he wasn't home. My son was very loud. All right, one sec. He has Dunkin' Donuts though, so it's okay. The next one is after I clear the. I'm gonna clear the buzzed players. Anyone tells me not to clear that again, I immediately dock a point from you.
How many drinks?
I didn't say anything.
2 unbelievably strong ones.
Jesse is very exuberant right now.
I didn't say anything. I never even said anything about clearing buzzers.
You
I don't
both
think
say it in the
anyone has
past.
said it today so far.
I know, because I keep yelling at you not to, and I'm gonna do it again. My son is
Like literally no one has said it today.
Oh,
I know, 'cause I'm yelling at
Literally no one.
I know, they're good donuts too. All right, the next one for the potential win of John Sikamechanico Clarke, who now has hair. It is 8-route excursionist.
Is this route for me?
ROUTE. Nick.
Got it. Octopath Traveler.
Correct.
Nice.
Tied at 2. Well done, Nick.
Motherfucking boom.
That's a good one, right?
That's where Greek came into it. Octo.
Alright,
It's 8 in Greek.
I definitely can't do this
Octo.
one. This one's too easy.
Octopath. Octo. is Greek for
Ooh,
8.
this one's hard. We need a hard one
That's
for
where
the
my
winner.
second language came into play.
I mean, most people know Octo because of Octopus. You're not that special. All right. For the potential win, one word. It is a compound word, so I'm giving you 2 hyphenated ones. Those words are redoubt, evening. REDOUT hyphen
Redoubt.
evening.
Hold on,
Yes.
spell out redoubt. Put it in the chat.
Give me a second. Sika Mechanico has buzzed.
Redfall.
Fall.
No.
Evening. No. Okay.
Is redoubt so redoubt is a word. I've never heard of the word redoubt. I know redact. I don't know redoubt.
Oh, it's supposed to have a B in it, I think. Hold on.
What?
Yes, it's supposed to have a B in it.
Oh, I demand a.
Oh,
I demand a
doubt
re-entry.
as in DOUBT.
Mm-hmm. Typo.
I demand a recount. I demand disqualification.
Redoubt.
Do you know what a redoubt is, John? Give me the dictionary definition of it right
I
now.
don't know
in
what
the DM.
redoubt is.
It's a temporary or supplementary fortification.
You looked it up.
typically
Fuck off.
Square
Nope.
or polygonal.
Nope.
Without flanking
All right.
differences.
You got your 10 seconds, Nick, if you can figure this one out.
A what?
Redoubt. He gave it to you, but, it's too late.
I didn't
Timer's going
hear
5
it. He was
seconds.
saying
4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is Fortnite.
Oh my god.
Wow. I'm glad. I'm still in it.
Redoubt could potentially be looked at as a
Could
fort.
have used so many other words for fort.
Yeah, but then it's too easy and it needs to be hard. All right, clearing the buzzers. I've only got 3 left. I might have to come up with some on the fly if you don't get one of these. The next word is one word.
Maybe don't make them so stupid and hard then. Then it won't be
Stupid
an
makes them
issue.
funny and more enjoyable.
I
The
agree.
next one is one word. That word being expedition. Sick.
Journey.
Correct. You win.
Ah.
Get in. You're welcome. 1 point, Johnny.
1 point, Johnny. If you actually want a game, message me some way. Twitter, if it works, because Musk is a moron. Forum.xboxera.com or Discord.
Have we got any more to play through for fun? Oh,
2
good.
more. God, this one's fucking dumb. I don't like this one. Buzzer. It is
I need to pee.
the rearmost of we enhanced hyphen fidelity.
Sorry.
Sick.
The rearmost.
The Last of Us.
Oh, I was about to say, is it The Last of Us?
Yeah.
It's just,
I had to bloody re-look at it.
Correct.
Is it remastered? Is it
It's,
redefined?
it's
Is it
remastered. There's a
remastered.
PS4 one.
remake? I don't know. But yeah.
All right, and finally, go click clear buzzers. Don't yell at me. Is one word. That word being nothingness. John.
I was just going to guess a word. Void. I don't even know if that's a game. Is it a game?
I know, that's what I mean. I'm trying to think of a
That's just-
game.
I'm just like, oh.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, he's seen chat. He's got it, guys. Don't worry.
You're such an idiot. I'm seeing chat. You gave me the clue when you jerried to it.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Nick.
Is it?
It'd be really funny if you got it wrong
Wait.
now. What is it?
I was about to say, hold on, it might not be the game I'm thinking now in my head.
Just
I don't
buzz in and
think-
say it.
I mean, it doesn't matter in the end
No,
anyway.
buzz in or it doesn't count.
There's a couple of other options in the chat.
Starting the
This is why
timer.
Nick's having some pause.
You got 9
Why
seconds.
would I need the chat when I've lost?
8, 6,
True, because
5,
Moral victory.
4, 3,
Nothing.
2, 1. Nick.
I don't know, abandoned.
No.
I think that's more accurate than the others.
What did chat say that you think it was, John?
Huh?
What did chat say that you thought it was?
I thought Limbo was pretty accurate, but
Correct.
Oblivion is also a really
was
good
Limbo.
option.
Limbo, nothingness.
Yeah, Limbo. You're in Limbo. You're in
You're in
the void.
a sea
you're
of
in nothing.
nothingness. That is what limbo is. You can't just.
But yeah,
You always do that. Yeah, I don't think so. It's
I
literally a
think
synonym
abandon's
for
the
it on
better
Merriam-Webster.
that
I was
good.
going to say
That was good.
I was going to say Abyss, but then I'm like, is Abyss a game?
John,
It's a
has it
great
ever been
movie.
bad?
There's a movie called Abyss, but is there a game called Abyss?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Something with
There's
the
been a
Abyss,
lot of
No,
games.
there isn't.
But anyway, GG.
But John, answer me.
It's that.
Has it ever
Well-
actually been bad?
No, I've always enjoyed Name a Game, even when
Thank
I've
you.
lost. It's always entertaining time. Thanks for playing along with us, chat. It's now that time in the show where our patrons get to enthrall us with some community questions, which is one of the perks of being a Patreon member. You too can join their elite ranks by visiting patreon.com/XboxEra. If you want to just be a part of the awesome community that we have built over the last 4 years, you can head to discord.gg/XboxEra or join our forums, xboxera.com, and click the forum button. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. One last thing I wanted to announce before we, because I felt it was only right to do so. ForgeEra, our Halo Infinite focused Forge team, have announced their first Forge contest. So any budding Halo Infinite map makers out there, it is for Infection. The details are on the website. You can go and check it out. I am under the belief that our friends at 343 Industries will be assisting us with some prizes, which is very cool. But we'll also do some t-shirts and other fun stuff from the store. So yeah, go have nut. Go make some cool stuff.
I got your picture. I'll update you with hair.
Thanks,
Name
bro.
a game.
Appreciate it. I took a long time to grow it back. It's all grey now and thinning. Anyways, community questions. Nick, I don't think we've got crazy amounts, and a lot of them I bet we've already touched on a million
Yeah, we
times.
probably touched on a lot. We've got like 10.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what's going on.
Okay. First question. Big Low, 25. Well, we got poorly redacted development costs for some of Sony's games. I just wish we got one for Xbox or Nintendo. I'm interested in their dev cost. Gonna go ahead and guess that their games outside of Halo probably don't cost as much as Sony's.
No.
We found out Halo cost a fair bit a while back.
People,
And Nintendo's
I only ever
probably
heard
cost
that people
jack all.
guessed at the 500 million thing on Halo. I don't know that we ever actually found out anything.
Yeah, there
And
was
that probably
never a
included
confirmed.
marketing as well.
Maybe.
But yeah, Sony's game, that's why they're pivoting. Their games cost a lot, man.
Yeah.
People shouldn't be... I know people love those games, but people shouldn't be pushing for those games so much because they're not sustainable. And that's part of what's heading this industry towards the crash. Continuing to push for these bloody games, man, I'm telling you. It's not a good
I reckon
thing.
Starfield's budget's got to be pretty close to comparable. though.
Massive.
Your picture's been updated,
Okay.
John. You're welcome.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, Jesse brother. Hello, Nick, John, and Travis brother. Thanks to your special guest last week, I was convinced that I needed to pull myself off of Diablo. You need to pull yourself off, eh? Off of Diablo 4 and try... hey, but and try Planet of Lana. And holy crap, that game is magnificent. It is. You know what else was really good? Not John Wick
good.
4. You know what else was really... What did I
Yeah,
say?
He was
Yeah,
saying,
yeah,
you know
no,
what's
you're
not...
right.
Yeah, he's saying what's not good. What's
Sorry.
good is
You know
not
what else was
good.
really good? Not John Wick 4.
Didn't
That's
like
not
it.
true. Which I rented and was pretty let down by. More over stylized garbage like the second and third movie and not nearly as good as the first one, in my opinion. To be fair, if you saw our podcast, we said the same.
Yeah.
The
It's above
actual
2
movie-
and 3, but not above 1.
Yes, I had it. First one the best, fourth, second, third.
Yeah.
More over stylized garbage like the second and third. Blah, 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 blah. The actual movie that was really good was Extraction 2 on Netflix. Still need to watch that
Really good fun.
with my buddy
The-
Chris.
The director is again another stuntman turned director,
Yeah.
He does some really good one take action sequences that are just like.
Can we add that to the next Sick and Nick flicks?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Extraction 2 and Spider-Man.
Along with Across the Spider-Verse.
And
yeah.
John and I will talk about Indiana Jones. I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Highly recommend it. And by the way, just watched June 2's official trailer, and that looks awesome. Wonder if there's ever been a movie with Christopher Walken and Nicolas Cage. Why do you ask that?
Long live the fighters! Yeah, man, June 2 is going to be the fucking nuts. I am IMAX. If anyone in the UK based, wants to join me, Waterloo IMAX in London, I'm going to go there at something stupid like 2:00 in the morning and have a they turn the sound right up because it's the middle of the night and you're in the middle of London, so it's great. It's the best cinematic experience. I did it for June 1 and it was fucking amazing.
Even better than The Last of Us?
Yes, mate, better than The Last of Us.
In terms of cinematic experiences, even better than Last of Us Part 2?
Yep. It was the best cinematic at the cinema experience of my entire life. Like, incredible.
But what if you played
audio.
The Last of Us Part 2 at the cinema?
Maybe that would top it. I don't know.
The question for this week is, if you could remake any game from the 90s, what would it be? I checked at this question ahead of time and checked games from the 90s. A lot of these games have already been remade. In some form or fashion. Like I was thinking, oh yeah, Ocarina of Time remade now would be amazing. But there was Ocarina of Time 3DS.
I have one.
Yeah.
GoldenEye's been remade. Final Fantasy's
Sucked
been
it. It was
remade.
new.
Metal Gear Solid was remade.
EA's Desert Strike.
For me,
Gran Turismo's had sequels. Super Smash Brothers had sequels.
you know which one I would want, John? And I don't know
What?
that the new one that was just announced is going to be that. But 1997's Blade Runner.
Yeah, well,
Actual
not
they're
remade
making-
full
too.
current remade. Not remaster.
Yeah,
Remake.
yeah. If they made another
Ground up.
semi point and click, proper detective, dystopian city, branching narrative Blade Runner game, if that's what they're making, sign me the fuck up.
God, everything here has been kind of remade, even via a sequel, sort of.
Yeah, that's
Like,
IP for you.
I would argue Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic
YouTube's
Superstars
dying.
is Quake. There's a rumor of a Quake reboot.
People are going to start
Great
complaining in
shout
the
out.
chat. YouTube is
Great-
dying
What?
right now. Not us.
YouTube
My
is
internet's
dying?
fine. I hear you guys fine. You hear me fine. But YouTube is dying. So if people are getting like a, but I'm getting a whole, we're having issues right now warning from YouTube.
Oh shit! I've
Okay.
refreshed. Yeah, it's still doing it. That worries
Yeah.
me because I have to download this version for the audio.
hmm
Very worrying.
okay.
Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of YouTube issues right now. It's not us. It's not me because obviously
it's-
I'm talking to you guys fine. So
Yeah, it's been acting when I've had
Yeah.
the stream up and it's been like
the
Falling behind
video.
and
So
stuff.
hopefully, John, it's the video is going to be skipping real bad, but everyone's hearing us talk just fine, so we can go like normal. I
Okay.
think.
Okay, that's
if I had to pick a game remade from the 90s that hasn't already been remade or got a maybe
Roar.
Super Metroid, but
Can I take that as
maybe
your answer because it's 2:30 in the morning?
maybe Super Metroid. in
We
the
are almost
style of
4 hours in,
Metroid
John.
Dread.
Or Nick. And there's like 9 more questions. So
Yeah, I know.
Let's go.
He's really deliberating on this one.
I guess Super Metroid.
There you go.
I could say it.
What'd you guys
Lovely.
pick?
I
what'd
picked
you
Blade
guys
Runner,
pick?
Strike.
Desert Strike, and Blade Runner. Better
Okay,
choices
next
than
question.
yours.
Hytham G. If all fails with the acquisition of ABK, I want to say it's been a pleasure, and it would suck my third favorite game, Overwatch, would probably not be safe, depending on what happens next week. But if MS is not going to buy ABK, what studio could they buy then? Your gents take?
Sega.
All of them.
Sega.
They could buy pretty much whoever one they want outside of Take-Two or EA.
Yeah.
Sega. That's all I want. It's all I've ever wanted. It's all I've ever wanted.
You probably want Capcom at this point,
Sega's
so you've
all I
liked
want.
all their stuff lately.
Yeah. But I don't think Capcom will happen. Sega, I think, will happen.
Meek speaking.
Hugh. Howdy, all. What do you think the secret technology is that PlayStation are trying to hide? A fan on the DualSense to add wind immersion, or perhaps an NFC chip, which you have to keep tapping your credit card on every 30 minutes or it stops you playing? For context, Jim admitted how much he likes to monetize the console players. On a more serious note, which developer studio were you most excited about on the potential MS acquisitions list? Well, we know mine.
Sega.
Also, what do you think Jim Ryan and Chris Deering were referring to in their internal email by saying, I bet Eve is smiling like the Cheshire Cat? Many people believe this refers to Eve Gilmour, therefore jumping to the conclusion that PS might be acquiring Ubisoft. I didn't even see that email.
What Eves would be smiling about is the previous context is the cash out of talent from Activision. They get their money and they go, and then suddenly they've got a management challenge, and all of those people can go to Ubisoft, and he can get some really good talent for
Yeah,
good cash.
YouTube is pretty much crashed.
YouTube's crashed.
Oh, has it?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Should we just call it and say we'll do these
Are we
questions
sure it's
next
not
week?
us?
It's not Nick, you can see me. I'm right here. Hi. I
It's
would be
not
dying
us.
if it was my internet. It is not me.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only other thing I can think of is if somebody started uploading something here, but even then I'm talking to you guys, no problem. How's my video to you?
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so it's not me, it is YouTube.
Oh,
So they can
okay.
hear us though. My audios come back enough where people can hear.
Yeah, yeah.
So we only have a few more
Okay.
questions. We should go through them.
They're saying you're back.
Yeah.
I just saw something in that email
Mm.
that Jim said, that Chris Deering said, and it's what I said.
Mm.
Oh my God, it's freaking me out. I'm reading it, and it's something that I said.
What?
He goes, if it was an Xbox exclusivity pay, Spencer could have locked up Microsoft console exclusivity for the next 3 COD releases for maybe $5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. I said, why acquire ABK when you can just make COD exclusive for a fraction of the price and do more damage? That's exactly what I said. Oh my God. These guys do talk like me. That's quite funny. Okay. nrXic. Hello, Sick, Nick and Jesse. The game streaming landscape is a bit tumultuous with Twitch's monetization missteps, Kick's multi-million-dollar deals, and YouTube Gaming's weaknesses preventing rapid growth. Some are yearning for a strong Twitch competitor. With the rumors that YouTube may become the next platform for Stadia game streaming, do you guys think that Xbox should consider that a potential threat to xCloud? Perhaps bringing back Mixer and implementing xCloud into it for viewers to play the games they were watching or to play along with streamers could be an angle worth exploring. Well, that's what we thought they were going to do.
Yeah, it's a shame it's died, really.
I can't help but think that if Microsoft acquires ABK, massive Xbox game IPs could be leveraged for some epic Mixer drops that no other streaming site could offer for games from Minecraft to Diablo to Overwatch to Call of Duty, which could accelerate the viewership on the platform, an advantage that Amazon, Twitch, and Google/YouTube wouldn't have. We can't deny that so many things have changed since the closure of Mixer and that there is a gap in the market, but has that boat sailed? I'd say it has.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say it has.
it has.
it's not coming back.
They were too quick to, I mean, I say quick, it did last a while. But yeah. We seem to be back now quite normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, YouTube's finally stopped giving me errors. They're normally very good at their uptime.
But
So if you're listening,
we're down to like 100 viewers now.
yeah, if you're listening, just back out and come back in, and it should look and sound fine.
Yeah. It seems fine now.
I sent a message to my
Okay.
kids saying, "Hey, if you're downloading anything, stop right now, because I don't want to have to turn your internet off." Now it started
Yeah,
working
yeah.
right away after I sent that, but you never know. YouTube was giving me errors. I don't think it was
Okay.
that.
So yes, we actually thought that's what Mixer was gonna do. We assumed that that's how
Yeah.
Mixer was gonna work.
Yeah, they're saying other streams are bad on YouTube, so it's YouTube servers right now.
Okay. TownYsend.
Townsend.
Hello.
He said it is Townsend.
But he's got the Y before the S.
I don't know. Townsend. He said it's like it
Like,
is
I know
the way it
his
reads.
real name. I can see his real name,
Yeah.
but the way he's spelled it here is different.
I know.
Hello all. With the companies Microsoft were looking at acquiring before the beginning of the ABK purchase revealed this week, and this all hopefully coming to an end sooner rather than later, which company would you each wish for Microsoft to acquire next? Preferably in a world where there are zero complications. Nick has advised on previous episodes he would wish for Sega/Capcom. With the news that Sega were considered before the ABK deal, on a scale of 1 to 10, how furious is he to see Sega not pursued, and why is it 11?
46.
Have a great weekend, chaps.
Nick's at a
It's like
90.
16.
Fair comment.
16. I'm just... Now you will see, for the last year and a half, why I've been
Sega,
so
who gives a
pissed
shit?
about this ABK deal. 'cause I
Blizzard is
knew
worth
Sega was on the
100
table.
Segas.
I knew Sega was on the table and was a very serious consideration, and I also knew that ABK was getting in the way of it.
And
is why
Blizzard
I
is
was so
worth
pissed off.
900 Segas, so it doesn't matter.
Whatever. Who would you guys want? Who would you guys want? Everyone knows I
Bandai-
want Sega. What would you
Bandai
guys want?
Namco.
Not hugely fast. I'd like a load of really cool indie studios personally. Like I don't care much for the big AAA gargantuan shit. So
Disgusting.
I don't know.
Okay. Omen. Hi all. Of all the things that I've heard from the FTC trial, I think the most interesting information we've got is on Indiana Jones. Todd Howard clearly believes that Indiana Jones is his game. Note in the IGN interview, he stopped short of saying that Elder Scrolls is his next game. And in court emails, Pete Hines claims that Todd is the biggest Indiana Jones fan and everyone loves his pitch. So
It's
my
true,
question
he
is, given the passion and enthusiasm that Todd Howard has for Indiana Jones and the amazing team behind it, do we think this game truly has a chance to be a breakout hit akin to the likes of Spider-Man or God of War? Sure.
It wasn't
If it's good.
news that he's been the he was the one that announced it and talked about it. He's the executive producer of the game. Like he's the one overseeing it at the top level.
Yeah,
But
he's a big indie fan, and look, if he's got this really cool pitch and he's had it in his head for 20 years, and now he gets to make it, sign me up. You know, I recently saw the indie film. I had really loads and loads of fun until the last 25 minutes, and then I was like, but I still really enjoyed it. So
Apparently that movie died in the ass. Has not doing very well at all. Apparently.
I would say that
Allegedly.
the critics have not given it much love, but the audience has.
I'm
Like,
talking
it's a
about
90,
it's not
90%
doing great
audience
at
rating.
box office.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't have-
Allegedly.
Okay.
Okay. DeoGame. Hale, gotta admit, after seeing the new Indy, I think Lucasfilm dropped the ball pretty bad, which is ironically a pretty good opportunity for Machine Games. I mean, the opening of the film is basically Wolfenstein with Indy, down to a CG main character, lol. But I kept thinking after how Machine could make this okay sequence a killer level. All of this leads into my question. When it comes to existing IP, do you prefer when game studios take on and rehabilitate some who have gone through a rough patch, like how Raven did with Origins Wolverine, or Starbreeze Machine, technically with Riddick, or when a big team backs the winning horse to strong results, Batman, Arkham, Spidey, etc.?
it matters if they've got a vision for a good video game.
Yeah, I was about to say, for me, it's the game. If the game is good, I don't care. I don't care if it's reviving. I don't care if it's banking on safety. I don't care what it is, as long as it's great,
Yeah, agreed.
ultimately.
If you've got a good
100%.
idea to make a good video game within a big or
Yeah.
a small IP, that's all that matters.
Like, Spider-Man's good. Insomniac Spider-Man is good. But if someone else suddenly came along and made a better Spider-Man game, I'm all for it.
a more different one too, because Insomniac's
Yeah, like,
games are not
I'm-
new. Insomniac's games are taking the old formula of Spider-Man games, mixing them a little with Batman games, but then upping the production value and graphics a ton.
Like, yeah, I'm not fussed.
You're nonplussed.
Man. X-Men Origins Wolverine is...
Really
shit.
good, dumb fun.
It's so good.
It's so stupid.
Good old Collingwood. Happy end of financial year, John, Nick, and Jesse. Happy end of financial year. So it looks like that, even if there was no official E3, the people who attended the Summer Games Fest and the associated game days, and then the Xbox Game Showcase really got a lot out of meeting people and being with their fellow gamers. Should XboxEra start thinking now about attending the corresponding events in Los Angeles next year? Yes.
Yeah, like
A part of me wishes we had ended up going.
Yes, same. We were gutted that we didn't. It was
Yeah.
yeah, and I had a chat with Phil about it. And the timing isn't great because for a small outlet like us, really, it was like 7-8 days out there. It's expensive, but yeah, hindsight,
Part of me
Wish we'd
wishes we
got-
had it in the end.
Never mind. But next year, why not?
Next year for sure. Skedaddle. Really enjoyed Jesse's review for AEW Fight Forever. Did it prove popular? Fun question for you all. If you had to choose any wrestler, past or present, to describe each other based on appearance, personality, who are we going for?
I
If
have
you
no
had to choose any wrestler,
idea.
past or present, to describe each other.
While you
us,
think. So
us.
as far as the first point goes, it did okay on YouTube and has done very well on the website. The written has gotten a lot of views. The video has done okay. Anyone watching us late, and if you care about the game at all, feel free to go watch.
I saw an AEW review, and at the time I saw it, it had 11,000 views on a channel with 11,000 subs.
Yeah, you never know.
Wow.
I was like, what?
I tell you
How
what,
does that work?
one thing I think we are missing that we should do on every video is a pinned comment. Apparently that's the thing. We should have a pinned
Oh,
comment.
like
Oh,
I can
okay.
pin the written. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
a lot of times, if you know someone and they retweet it or they talk about it, and you get that word of mouth going about yours because you know the right people, all the right people hate us because of Nick, so it's tough.
A wrestler. The Ultimate Warrior wasn't from Australia, was he? I
No,
still
he's
love the
American.
Ultimate
Jim
Warrior as a
Hellwig.
kid.
He had an Australian sounding
Yeah.
name, but no, he was American.
No, Ultimate Warrior wasn't Australian.
American.
I mean, my favorite wrestler is Goldberg, but neither Jesse nor John are Goldberg.
Of course I knew Goldberg. Bill Goldberg.
I don't know
I said
anything
neither
apart
of you are Goldberg.
Oh,
I didn't say you
are.
don't know.
It sounded like you
Goldberg.
said
I know
no.
Hulk Hogan. That's it. That's all
Well,
I know.
Nick, John's the British Bulldog. That's easy. Even though I don't think he's British.
No, John comes to me more as what's his name? William Regal.
Yeah.
John's
You know him because
William-
he's in all the screens for AEW's tutorials. He pops up with a little weird.
Yeah, I know. But
And
no,
that
I
friggin-
knew William Regal
I know,
from
but-
WCW days.
Do you notice, like, whenever he pops up and it's that really Nintendo 64 sounding audio sample? They do that shit on
Yeah.
purpose. Those sound samples are
Yeah.
so low bit rate, and I don't think
Yeah.
other
Right.
people get it. They're
That's great.
just really going for the N64 feel.
They matched they did it perfect.
Mhm.
I don't know who I'd be. I don't know who Jesse would be.
Mm.
I don't know.
It's tough. You need more time to think.
Um,
There's been about 15 million wrestlers.
I would argue personality. Maybe
You're
Chris Jericho for me.
You're ravishing Rick Rude. You really think
You
a lot
reckon?
about. You're talking about how handsome you are all the time. Yeah. You got a
Yeah,
mustache,
probably.
even if there's a beard with it.
I'm seeing
yeah.
chat saying Mr. Perfect quite a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't look like him,
Oh,
though. You look a
yeah.
little more like ravishing
Shawn
Rick Rude.
Michaels, maybe even Shawn Michaels for me, because Shawn Michaels is a little bit full of himself too.
Mhm.
I love it.
John
trying
looks
to
like
think of-
Taz from WCW.
Yeah, he does too. He
Mhm.
does too.
If you were
he
Latino,
does too.
yeah, Taz.
Yeah,
Who?
yeah, he does. He
Taz?
does.
But Taz WCW. He's in the AW. He
Oh
is
my
in the
God,
AEW
really?
game too.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I doing the
He
right
does
place now?
too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's always mad.
Yeah, yeah.
Los vatos forever. Orale.
I think maybe Shawn Michaels for me. If Shawn Michaels had a
Yeah,
beard,
whoever's the most full of themselves for you.
Oh,
I'm trying to think for you.
nrXic is
Probably,
probably pretty close.
Who?
Jim Ross. I'm the encyclopedic
No.
knowledge.
I reckon you're Mick Foley.
I
I
have
reckon you're Mick Foley.
a daughter on OnlyFans.
What?
He does.
Does he?
Yeah, Noelle Foley.
Nick's
Not
about to
nude.
I mean,
Google that one for some
Lawrence-
browsing.
Lawrence Fishburne has a daughter who does porn.
She did. Yeah, she did
Wow.
a couple, and then she got out. But it's not nude. It's not
Wow.
I mean,
nude
that
OnlyFans.
still counts. That still counts. That's still porn. The fact that she got out after 2 movies doesn't change the fact that she did porn.
You know,
It's
Steven,
like, just a little bit of porn.
Did
It's
you know
still
that
porn. It's
Steven
like-
Spielberg's adoptive daughter had an OnlyFans for a little while.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, OnlyFans is a fairly common thing now.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not
a
even. It's
lot
not
of
nudity either.
celebrities-
It's just like
Yeah,
lingerie
it's
modeling
not
and stuff.
even. That's not even controversial
OnlyFans
anymore.
was not supposed to be adult modeling. It was just supposed to be anything. Like you're just a fan of this
Yeah.
person.
and it
you
just
wanna- yeah.
some very entrepreneurial people just said,
Mhm.
"Hey,
And good for them.
why not make some money here?" Like I've been trying
No
to
kink
convince
shaming.
someone. But yes, Mick Foley for me, I reckon.
I'll take it. I have socks. I can put them on my hand.
No. There's more to that
I
Mick
know.
Foley comparison than meets the eye.
Ugly.
Oh, I used to
Have
watch
that.
wrestling, mate. Don't worry. I used to
I
get
know.
into wrestling back in the day, only because of Goldberg. My deaf Greek grandmother used to love Goldberg. Like, she used to watch the wrestling just because of Goldberg, and she used to call him Topedi, which is like the child kind of thing, because she's obviously much older. She's like Topedi, ella. And we used to watch the wrestling just to watch Goldberg. Like, he was just... I know he's a crap wrestler. Like, as an actual technical wrestler, I'm aware of the fact that he's a crap wrestler. But I didn't watch wrestling for the wrestling. You watch it for the theater of it. And Goldberg did that better than anyone. His intro and he was just so strong. And, like, I love how he'd be getting beat up on, but then bang, spear.
I got the
and
answer
then
from Nick.
jackhammer.
Nick is Eric
What?
Bischoff. Thinks big about himself, but in the end,
Eric Bischoff.
yeah, weasel little.
I remember. But how Russo was so bad for WCW.
Oh, Vince Russo. Yeah.
Vince Russo, he was so bad for WCW.
Nick is John is so bored.
Mate,
and
I
tired.
used to be into the wrestling, man. I used to be full on into it back in the
I
late
know,
90s.
and John,
early
it's not.
2000s.
We thought it was real. We appreciated the fact that these guys were beating the shit out of themselves while giving some entertaining soap operas.
It was
terrible.
funny. It was funny and entertaining.
Yeah, it was
like,
good, dumb
and
fun.
dumb-
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
like,
lucha
for
libre
me-
stuff
You're on
that
your
they were
own here,
into.
kids.
Yeah,
Do you want to know when I got out of wrestling? As soon as they took away Goldberg's streak, I was like, I'm out. I was like, it's ruined it for me. Now that, because Goldberg had this streak going, like that was part of Goldberg's
he never
mystique.
lost.
He never lost. So he came in out of nowhere into WCW.
Lost his first
and
couple
just-
matches, and then they ignored those.
Did they?
Yeah, he did. He lost his first couple matches as a jobber, and then they pretended he was. They were like, "Oh shit, people are really getting into this guy. We're gonna pretend that he never lost."
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mhm.
And he went on a streak that was like, how many was it? Like 100 and
It was
something.
very long.
He never lost a
See,
single
John,
match.
even if
and it was
even
just
if you
this
don't care about
huge
wrestling, you need to know that they do a show or two every week, but all the other days they just keep going. They can do like 5, 6, 7 days a week, 5, 6, 7 shows a week. Most of them not on air is the way they
Yeah.
would do it, and so yeah, so his streak builds up very
you-
quickly in the background.
Did you see
Yeah.
the movie Wrestling with My Family?
Was that the Page one?
Nick Frost, true story about the daughter and son of
Yeah, that was
two people in
Page.
England.
And speaking of another
It
person,
wasn't called Wrestling with My Family.
Fighting with My Family.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fighting
Fighting
with
with
My
My
Family.
I'm
Sorry,
thinking
yeah.
Wrestling with My Family. What movie was that?
But and it was based on the documentary The Wrestlers Fighting with My Family. I looked it up.
Yeah, I watched. I
It was
did
actually
watch
a
that. It
really
was
fun
good.
movie as
Mhm.
well.
Wrestling's an
Oh.
interesting thing when you know it's a planned exhibition and not an actual contact sport.
I loved Goldberg, and the commentators were so good at hyping him up and like getting into.
Tony
I used to
Schiavone.
love it. Yeah, I used to love it. They're like Goldberg, and he's like running.
See, John, when
and
you
just
talk about
spear
Forge,
someone.
this is how I feel.
Fair.
It was so good. Like I used to get so pumped, and as soon as he lost, wasn't it? Who was it? It was NWO, but it was not Kevin Nash. Who was his partner? Who was Kevin Nash's best mate? That was always
Razor
with him?
Ramon, Scott Hall.
Scott Hall. As soon as Scott Hall like hit him with that chair, and I see Goldberg go down, and I'm like, Kevin Nash comes along. I'm like, no. Oh,
He was
we paid for it.
173-0.
We paid for the pay-per-view. It was like the first time we had ever paid for the pay-per-view for the wrestling, and we're watching it, and we're all at my mate's house, and we're watching it, Goldberg, Kevin Nash, and man, when Kevin Nash got to 2, we're like, no, and as soon as he hit 3, we were devastated. We were like, no, that the streak was over. We were so upset. So upset. Oh, God, I miss the old days of wrestling. It was so good.
AEW is
was
alright.
so
I
good.
don't watch any of the shows. I just like the video game.
There was a good window there WWE had with The Rock and Austin. And that was
The
back in Austin's
Attitude
days.
Era.
Yeah, when he used to go, what? And the crowd used to get into it, be like, what?
You ever watch like his podcast or anything? It's really funny because he's a Southerner and people are thinking he's gonna be conservative, but he's very progressive and he's just fucking shits on people for being assholes. It's very entertaining.
Okay, no.
Yeah. He seems cool.
Okay. Cool.
Unlike Kane or some other people who do really seem to suck.
Yeah.
Or Vince McMahon, allegedly.
Okay. I think that's everything now.
Well, it's
My
only
God,
been
it's
4
midday.
hours and 10 minutes, and John is very tired.
It's midday here.
Yeah, it's coming up on 3 a.m., guys. I'm calling it.
It's midday.
Chat, thank you for hanging out and listening
Thanks
to
for
Wrestle
joining
Era.
us, everyone.
At
It's been a
WrestleEra.com.
blast. Nick, Jesse, what's coming up on XboxEra.com?
I don't know. I'm off all next
Anything
week.
interesting? Oh
So,
yeah, you're on. Jesse's
I
on
will-
holiday.
I
so
will
no
be
streams.
I will be streaming Monday Red Dead Redemption 2 again on PC because it's just a world to live in. I'll be gone from Tuesday through Friday, depending on if I can fix my Spectrum situation. I'll be back for the podcast next week.
Excellent. Well then,
Cool.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Be good to each other.
Or don't.
Ciao
I mean,
for now.
It's up to you. I press the button.
Oh, we just got a super chat from nrXic. Gilbert greater than Goldberg.
$2
What?
super chat from nrXic. Gilbert
nrXic.
greater than Goldberg.
Gilbert, get lost, Gilbert. Remember that? Remember when WWE did that
Why is this
stupid
back
Gilbert
on?
thing?
No.
We got a super chat.
Remember when he did
There you
that
go.
stupid Gilbert
No.
thing? No.
Mhm. There we go.
3 a.m.
No.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Gilbert. Piss
All
off,
right.
Gilbert.
That was funny.
Oh, my legs. Oh, my God, my legs.
Yeah, I need to pee. I got need to pee. Oh, fucking thank you.
Oh.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. It's me. How's it going? They couldn't see. They can hear me now. Hi, everyone. How you doing? They could only hear you. Goodbye, everyone. Love you all. See you Monday. All right, I'm back, chat. You want to go for a few more hours? How's it going? You gonna come see me on Monday? Gonna play some Red Dead before I go on vacation? Going on vacay with the wife and the doggy? No? Here, let me turn this music down so you can hear me. Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern, U.S., playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and then taking a break. Finally. I love you all. I'll see you later.